testing audio for live stream. Planning Committee on the 10th of the 3rd, 2021. Testing confidential scene change. Testing return from confidential business. Louise and Ruth, if you're listening, we are now live and just
Damien, started, please.
Yes, Chair, that's us now live.
Thank you, Danny. And members, you're very welcome here today to March's Planning and Regulatory Services Committee meeting, and also a big welcome to anyone joining us online. Okay, we'll start item one, apologies. I have apologies from Councillor Duffy, and Councillor McGeown is running a bit late and will be joining us shortly. Have I any other apologies? No? Alderman Wilson?
Yeah, Councillor McLeod, if he's not already here, he will be joining. He's just running a wee bit late as well.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Okay, members, item 2 is declarations of interest, and as per usual, we just take them as and when they arise as we make our way through the schedule. Item 3 is a report from the Head of Planning, and I would ask Damien to take us through item 3.1, which is an update on planning caseloads.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. I hope you're all well. Members, I'll give you the headlines from this report. As you'll have seen, no doubt yourselves anyway, we managed to issue during the month of February 166 planning decisions, which was a great achievement. It was the highest figure year to date, so you can see things are certainly improving in terms of getting decisions out the door and keeping the business moving. Applications received between April last year, February of this year, were 1,418. Now, believe it or not, that's 51 applications more for that period than for the same period last year. Our current live caseload stands at 1,326, which is actually down 16 on last month, which is partly to do with getting so many out during the month of February. And we had 10 call-in requests during the month of February, which is higher than normal. So that takes our total to 43 for the year. One point, I suppose, just to add to that, members, is that clearly COVID hasn't impacted at all in terms of the numbers of applications that are being submitted to us, but it has obviously impacted on our ability to make decisions. As you'll know, we closed for 5 weeks back at the beginning of the business year. We had to procure IT equipment for our staff, and it wasn't really until end of June, start of July that we were able to start issuing decisions again. And since that time, we've issued just over 1,000 decisions. So we lost nearly 3 months at the beginning of this year, but since then, we have issued just over 1,000 decisions. So look, it does give an indication of the work that's been done and that the efforts are being made to keep the business moving, members. So I'm happy to take any questions or queries around any of that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Damien. And as a committee, we all appreciate the hard work that all our staff is doing to try and get those caseloads down. So I have a question from Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And like yourself, thanks, Damien, you and your staff, because obviously it's been difficult. So it's great to see the numbers increasing and get those applications through the door. Damien, in relation to staff and sort of, filling all the vacant posts, where are we with that at the moment? Because I know there was a few openings. Are they all filled now, or when do we expect to have them filled? Thank you.
Yeah, through the Chair. Thanks, Councillor Nicholson. Yeah, there are a number of absences within the department. We're actually they're all with Human Resources at the moment. We're waiting for those to be advertised so that we can get interviews sorted out and hopefully fill those posts sort of over the next, I would hope to have them filled over the next certainly no later than the next 3 months. So we are working very closely with Human Resources to make that process happen and get the posts filled as quickly as possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Damien. Alderman Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks, Damien. I was just, suppose, around, it's something I'm not completely technically aware of in terms of the HR implications, but I'm just wondering, I know a lot of staff had been, with the pandemic, it's been slightly, chaotic in terms of in work and out of work, and everybody's very aware of the challenges of all that. And then I know a lot of people had accrued then their holiday allowances and that, and I know, a number of planners have, it's the use it or lose it type scenario with holidays. And whilst, yes, of course, everyone's fully entitled to their breaks. Absolutely, nobody, wouldn't be saying anything otherwise. But I'm just wondering, from a discussion point of view, is there a better way in a situation where you're running down to the end of the financial year or the holiday year, whichever way it's worked out? Is there a better way to maybe handle that? I don't know, I'm just talking off the top of my head. If somebody's keen to remain in work but they don't want to lose their holidays, obviously, is there a better way to handle that? That if somebody wanted to work on leave, could be better handled if someone isn't, particularly bothered about going off and just being off because they're going to lose the holidays. Is there any way to better handle that?
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. I'm not sure how deep we can go into HR issues, but maybe Damien, do you want to just speak generally to that as opposed to going into specifics?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's a good question, Alderman Wilson. Yeah, we look, officers can carry over part of their leave into the following year. There is a provision there that enables us to do that. So depending on whether, for example, you couldn't take all of your leave during the current year because of business priorities or whatever, you can carry some of that leave over. There is a provision there that enables you to do that. This year has been particularly difficult because it's COVID, but certainly, look, the opportunity is there to do it. No doubt it has been raised with human resources and it's on their radar, but no, in answer to your question, the provision is there to carry it over.
Thank you. There's no further lights, members, so we will move on then to item 4, and that's a report from the head of building control. Members, with 3 items for decision. So item 4.1 is the street naming report for Bracken Road and Bracken Meadows, and I would ask Tom Lavery to take us through this. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Yes, item 4.1. This is a slightly unusual application, and that's a request for a naming of a spine road within a development area off Lisney Road. And it's also for naming of a part of the development consisting of 31 dwellings. It's probably useful if Louise shares the map at this point in time. Thank you, Louise. The applicant's preferred name for the spine road, which is coloured purple on the concept plan, the applicant's preferred name is Bracken Road, as the development is in the immediate vicinity of the road already named Bracken Lodge and Bracken Hall, and Bracken's obviously associated with the general location. The applicant's preferred name for the section of the development of 31 houses, which is outlined red on the same map, is Bracken Meadows, as this proposal would be a continuation of the same theme of Bracken. So the recommendation, therefore, is for members' approval. I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, members, any questions? Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair. No, not a question. Just happy to propose, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor McAlinden. Sorry, Councillor McAlinden, you were muted.
Yes, Chair, happy to second. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor McAlinden. Okay, members all agreed? Great, thank you. Moving on then to item 4.2, I'm with a street naming report for Cambric Heights. And again, Tom, I'd ask you to take us through this, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application for the name of housing development consisting of 12 dwellings located at Cambric Court in Dromore. Details are in Appendix 2. The applicant's preferred name for this development is Cambric Heights, and the applicant's reason for the proposed name is that the site is accessed through the existing established development known as Cambric Court. Again, therefore, the recommendation is for members' approval. I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Alderman Barr.
Thank you, Chair. No questions at all. Happy to propose.
Thank you, Alderman Barr. Alderman Anderson.
Yeah, second, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Anderson. All agreed, members? Agreed. Thank you very much. Moving on then to item 4.3, and that's the street naming report for Craigavon Park. And again, Tom.
Thank you, Chair. And Louise has kindly shared the map. This is an application for the naming of a development of 24 dwellings at Craigavon Avenue, Manor, Lurgan. The overall development consists of 89 dwellings. The development question is that highlighted orange on the site layout plan. The applicant's preferred name for the development is Carrick Park, And the applicant's main reason for the preferred name is that it's a continuation on from the Craigavon Avenue. That's the area highlighted yellow on that map, and that was agreed back in 1995. As noted on the site, the proposal includes the renaming of plots of 4 uncommenced dwellings, those encircled in red, which are under part of the existing Craigavon manor development, but obviously have not started. Again, the recommendation therefore is for members' approval, and I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you, Tom. Alderman Anderson.
Sorry, Chair, that must have been left off from the last time.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Councillor Lavery.
Thanks, Chair. Happy to approve Carrickville Park. Or propose it, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. Councillor Toman.
Happy to second, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Toman. Members, are we all agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. Okay, then we're moving on to decision items. We've got item 4.4, and again, I'd ask Tom to take us through this.
Thank you, Chair. The members who were aware from last October, officers brought forward a paper regarding Council's response to the consultation from the Department of Finance on proposed amendment to the building regulations. Subsequently, the DOF committee wrote to myself asking myself as Chair of Building Control Northern Ireland to a meeting to give oral evidence on the 3rd of February to the DOF committee. I attended that meeting along with a small team of representatives of BCNI. The meeting focused particularly on a number of fire safety issues. Those are as noted in the report, and these have all emerged following on from the investigations into the Grenfell tragedy. Full details of the meeting are contained within the Hansard report of the 3rd of February, which is at Appendix 5 for members. In follow-up correspondence, the DOF committee wrote back to myself and asked for further comment regarding any additional changes to building regulations and statutory guidance that officers would consider to be necessary to improve fire safety regulations, both in domestic and non-domestic settings. The officer's response to the DOF committee is contained within Appendix 7. This gives a summary of areas and issues that BCNI would consider necessary to be reviewed in order to improve compliance with fire safety regulations, as well as other areas of building regulations. This report's for members' information, but I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you, Tom. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks, Tom, for your report. And Tom, you're not going to be shocked what I'm going to ask you. You and I have chatted this a number of times. I am really concerned how far behind we are, everybody else in building regs, and you and I have shared this conversation, and there's going to be a real blow to our builders someday. And I just wanted sort of, was there any discussions? Obviously, the fire regulations following Grenfell have been sort of the focus and so important that obviously everybody's up to speed there, but there's other ones including be that energy efficiency and others that were way behind England, Scotland, Wales and the Republic of Ireland, and I mean way behind. Is there any discussions in regards to NZEB or anything like that, Tom, happening at the minute? And if not, should we be sort of maybe trying to push it maybe a bit more? Thanks, Tom.
Through the Chair, I can advise Councillor Nicholson and others that yes, there are discussions ongoing on in the background. There's the Building Regulations Advisory Body, or NIBRAC. They have a body of work to do. Now, conservation, fuel and power is on the agenda, and as Councillor Nicholson alluded to, we are currently about 25% behind the targets in England, and England are moving forward yet again. Which if they do move forward, we will be 40% behind. However, it's not straightforward by any means. If you look at where England are proposing to go to, which is the future homes, that their target there is that they will have no gas boilers or oil boilers by 2025. That's a huge challenge for our industry. Never mind the financial cost, but the infrastructure cost as well. So, as I say, it is ongoing in the background. There's a lot of work, but there's an awful lot of challenges, but there is a danger that we will be left behind, and that is something we've raised with the committee.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson and Tom. There, I've a few more lights here. Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Tom, for the report and all your work you and your team have been doing on this very important issue. My comments sort of are quite similar to Councillor Nicholson. I know I've mentioned this to you before, Tom, about how council again can improve or indeed reduce its impact in terms of carbon reduction, increasing standards in home heating and so on, so that we can hopefully meet our carbon neutral targets. Is that sort of mentioned by Councillor Nicholson going to be on the agenda of the committee of DFI or DOF rather? And is there any potential legislation coming on forward with regards to making sure buildings are more compliant and have increased standards with regards to some of those environmental impact areas that you're aware of, or is it just, as you say, in the background at the minute?
Through the chair, yes, as mentioned, NIBRAC, which are the advisory body to the Assembly on these regulations, have been working probably for the last 18 months on such issues. It's not clear cut by any means as to how they progress stuff. There's a lot of infrastructure issues in particular to align up. There's also the huge impact that this will have for our own construction industry to make this work. For example, we're heavily reliant at this point in time on oil, moving towards gas. But as I mentioned there, if we move to the future homes, by 2025, the proposal is for England to move to electric heating. So how does our infrastructure cope with that? That's only just a light touch of some of the issues that they are, but there are significant issues regarding infrastructure and basically how we actually bring this forward without a major impact on our construction industry at this point in time.
Through the chair, thank you, Tom, for that. It's clearly an issue that is definitely going to come down the road at us one way or another. It's only a matter of time. So the work we put in now to try and prepare for that will be very beneficial down the road. But again, thank you for your work, Tom.
Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, we have Alderman Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. And just quickly, Tom, I know I've spoke about this before, but in terms of the issues going back with particularly the crash, and we're seeing developments starting up again and they're under older regulations in terms of insulation and requirements and that. Has there been any discussion as to how to address that going forward, that houses are being built and turnkey spec and being sold today, for instance, aren't going forward? I know we can't do anything about today, but going forward, that there's some recognition of the fact that homeowners would deserve to have homes built today, regardless of the date of the application approval, that they're built to the very latest spec to give them the best consumer experience in their own house.
Through the chair, it's a very valid point, and I do know it's been discussed in the background again with NIBRAC and the department as to how we avoid the potential of somebody buying a house today which is built to standards that need to be compliant 10 years ago. There was a change in 2012 which meant that all houses in developments of 2 or more houses had to be commenced within 3 years, or else the application was null and void. The problem with that is it works to a point, but the problem is that it only has to have commenced. So it could have commenced and be brought up to subfloor level and sit there indefinitely. At this point in time, there's no retrospective regulations we can apply, but going forward, that is something that has been taken into consideration by the department.
Thank you, Tom. And members, I think that this item probably could do a further discussion at another point in time, and maybe we could pick it up at a workshop or maybe even next month. I'm not sure. I'll liaise with officers, see how best to do that. But thank you very much, members. Members, we're just going to park item 4.5 just for the present time, and we're going to move on to confidential reports. So could I ask for a proposer and a seconder to move into committee, please? Proposed by Councillor Nicholson.
Second.
Second by Alderman Wilson. Thank you very much. For members of the public that are joining us today, we're now moving into a confidential section of this particular meeting, and as such, the live feed will now cease, but it will recommence again once we've conducted our business. Thank you. So, Danny, could you let me know when the live feed is stopped, please? update on building control and property certificate application workload during the COVID-19 period, and I'll hand over to Tom.
Thank you, Chair. This just update members, say from the workload since the 23rd of March up to the 28th of February. So notable in Appendix 8, members will see that for this period, we have received 2,765 new applications into the system with a notional construction value of just over 155 million. In the month of February alone, we received 311 applications. They had a notional value of construction value of 17.5 million. We have, as a department, undertaken 1,818 plan assessments during this period, and we issued decision notices on these where applicable. The department has also completed just under 10,800 site inspections, mostly on site, but currently we're not doing inspections of occupied premises, but that's under review. I'm pleased to report at this time we are meeting our targets, although we have a few staffing pressures, but we're working on those just with, as members have mentioned earlier, end of year leave and sickness absence to be dealing with. The department also continued to deliver the council's property certificate function for the convention of properties in our area. We have received and administered 2,994 new applications, and we processed and issued 3,023 certificates to date to solicitors and agents. I'll say this is for members' information, but I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you very much, Tom. Has members any questions or queries on that? No? Okay, and that was an information item, so thank you very much, Tom.
Sure.
Okay, moving on then to item 7, that's correspondence. Members, I don't have any. Item 8 is any other relevant business. I wasn't made aware of anything. So, members, we will start our second meeting where we look at the planning applications at 4:15 sharp. So, if you can all come back. Sorry, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chair, just expedient thing. I'm declaring interest in the first application, so there's no point in me coming in and back out again. Is that okay, Appendix 1?
I will reference that at the start. Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Okay, members, 4:15. Be back in front of your computers due to start. Thank you. Danny, you can stop the live feed, please.
Will do, Chair. That's the live stream started, Chair.
Thank you very much, Danny. And members, you're very welcome back to this part of our Planning and Regulatory Services Committee meeting where we deal with actual planning applications. And just before we start, I just have to read out a short statement. Members of the public are advised that due to the current COVID-19 restrictions and subsequent legislation, council meetings have now to be held remotely. As a result, the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee is being held virtually via the remote platform Zoom and has been live streamed on YouTube to comply with public access requirements. Audio recording is also being used to assist in preparing the formal minutes. By participating in this meeting, you consent to it being recorded and being live streamed on YouTube. Also, during the course of this meeting, questions may be asked by councillors who are members of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee, of planning officers, applicants for planning permission, objectors, or those speaking on their behalf. In doing so, councillors endeavour to ascertain the information which they feel is necessary to enable them to determine the application. However, members of the public should note that councillors will not reach a conclusion as to whether an application should be approved, refused, or deferred until the debate on the application has concluded. So members, Appendix 1, or Application 1, is LA 08/2017/0203/0. And members, you'll remember this application was with us last month in the February's meeting. Only the following councillors are allowed to take part in this particular application: Alderman Anderson, Alderman Twyble, Alderman Wilson, Councillor Keaton, Councillor Lavery, Councillor McAlinden, Councillor McLennan, Councillor McGeown, and Councillor McNally. Could I ask the rest of you who can't take part to please turn off your cameras? Thank you for that. So, members, just prior to the commencement of this meeting, I did have a declaration of interest from Councillor Nicholson. So Councillor Nicholson will not be taking part in this particular application. Okay, so I would now ask Nicola Craney, Senior Planning Officer, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. This application, LA 08/2017/0203, is for a site for an off-site replacement dwelling at Knocknamuckley Lane in Portadown, and there's 9 objections from 6 different addresses. The application was deferred at the previous committee in February for further legal advice. Additional confidential legal advice has been provided to members that can partake in this decision. I have no additional information for presentation, and the reasons for refusal remain unchanged. I'm not sure if members want me to go back through the presentation, but it's exactly the same as what was shown in February.
Thank you, Nicola. And members, that presentation should all be fairly fresh in your minds. If everyone is content, we'll just keep moving on. I take agreement. So members, just to say, as Nicola outlined there, we did receive some legally privileged information from our legal representative. And just to say, if you have any questions in relation to that, I will have to go into committee and seek a proposer and seconder just on that. But members, with us today, we have got Councillor Julie Flaherty to make a representation in support of the application. Julie, you're very welcome to this committee. You're becoming a regular here now, so you're very welcome. Julie, you'll have 5 minutes to speak, and the clock should be appearing on your screen now, and it won't start until you start to speak. Thank you.
Okay. Just checking you can hear me there. Yep.
Yes, Julie.
Yep. Right. Well, I'll just make a start then, Chair. Thank you very much for the welcome again. And I say thank you for the welcome because the very fact that we are here again for the 4th time is quite alarming on a number of levels for me, but to me it also shows a bit of a weakness in the recommendation for refusal. this application has developed into a protracted decision-making process whereby various obstacles keep on appearing in front of the application, including the commencement of a livestock shed by the neighbouring farmer to avoid planning approval being granted. We appreciate the quick response regarding the legal opinion, but have to question why this response has not been made available and remains still a confidential matter. The response of the legal team has not changed the recommendation before us. However, this is still by no means a clear-cut case. The question posed to the legal team related to the legality around one potential solution. The legal question did not address, for instance, the legality of applying the 75-metre separation distance to this application and what weight would be afforded to it, given the modest scale of the agricultural holding and livestock shed in question. The legal question did not ask about the lawfulness of the shed, given that it was allowed within 75 metres of 2 unassociated dwellings. The very fact that the recommended refusal reason depends on the matter of the 75-metre separation distance, which is not supported by planning legislation or planning policy, is quite concerning and disproportionate to the area context. We have spent a substantial amount of time during previous committee meetings discussing the various precedent cases. And again, another precedents case has been added to the appendix document presented today to committee. From the previous committee's meetings, it was felt that the true significance of these cases have been somewhat lost without going into each case specifically in terms of scale of operation, location, and context. What we can, however, conclude from the abundance of these cases discussed previously is that there's total inconsistency in the decision-making process with regards to this type of application. From the very start, inconsistencies can be seen between the assessment of this application and other similar applications, with only a small percentage of planning applications for single dwellings being consulted to environmental health. Of those applications that were, the responses vary dramatically. In our opinion, not one comparable case has been provided by the case officer, which demonstrates the use of the 75 separation distance against this for a single dwelling in the context of a shed the same scale as the neighbouring shed. Clearly, an inconsistent approach is being adopted. The concern, therefore, is the interest of one party is being favoured over the interests of another. The refusal reason is worded on the guise of protecting the interests of prospective residents in safeguarding an acceptable living environment. It is feared, however, that the interests of the farmer are being protected in case instead of prospective residents of the application dwelling. The committee is well aware that if a farmer is to apply for a dwelling on a farm under policy CTY10, policy dictates that in most circumstances they are required to site the dwelling as visually linked or sited to cluster with an established group of buildings. However, on receipt of approval, there's no restriction on the farmer from selling the site to open market. It's up to the purchaser to decide if they wish to live beside the farm buildings based on the principle of buyer beware. Put another way, if the objector was to obtain planning permission for a dwelling on her farm, as guided by planning policy, there'd be no restriction on the sale of that site in the interest of future residents. However, Mr. Colvin is being recommended refusal for dwelling on his land because of the potential impact of a shed on neighbouring land based on separation distance, which is not guided by adopted planning policy. To conclude, I urge the committee members to look reasonably and fairly on this application based on lack of clarity, lack of precedence, lack of relevant policy, and the principles of equity that we contend that this application should not be refused. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Flaherty. Members with us today also, we have Julie Telford and James McCluggage from Ulster Farmers Union to make a representation in objection to the application. Julie and James, you're very welcome here today. I'm not sure which one of you is going to speak, but if you're both speaking, it's 3 minutes between you. The 3 minutes should be up on your screen now, and the clock won't start until you start to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Our new livestock shed had to be sited 75 metres from the nearest unassociated dwelling to comply with the parameters set in permitted development legislation and to ensure no nuisance impact on neighbouring dwellings. It does not make any sense for an unassociated dwelling to now potentially be permitted within approximately 40 metres of it and immediately adjacent to our other livestock sheds. There will always be a sound reason for parameters to be set in legislation, and it's entirely appropriate to apply the legislative distances in this scenario. The developer has 2 more sites marked out which are even closer to our new livestock shed than this proposed site. It's only a matter of time before we're all convened again to consider planning applications for these. If this dwelling is permitted at approximately 40 metres, then where is the line then drawn? We have been farming in Knocknamuckley Lane for at least 7 generations. This developer bought the neighbouring property a few years ago and immediately set to work dividing the fields into 7 plots. Why should our farm be sacrificed to allow the developer to build what is effectively becoming a housing estate in the country, especially when he has an alternative site which is 75 metres from our farmyard and closer to the building he wants to replace? Thank you.
My name is James McCluggage, Policy Manager, Ulster Farmers Union. I wish to reiterate our support to our members in their objection to this development adjacent to their farmyard. They're a young farming family, and with the average age of a farmer in Northern Ireland being 59, it is important to support young people in the industry. The agri-food sector contributes approximately 1/3 to the local economy within this council area, and therefore it is important for the council to support it. Planning permission is granted for this proposal. This would completely restrict any further development within the current farmyard curtilage under permitted development. Even with good farming practices, it is impossible to avoid odours, noise, pests and dust on a working farm. The Ulster Farmers Union is aware of cases where neighbours have raised complaints deemed as nuisances coming from an adjacent farm. We are also aware of a case in Warwickshire where a farmer has won a case at judicial review against Warwick District Council. Council had gone against their environmental health officer's advice and wrongly permitted housing development within close proximity to the farm buildings. The case was prompted by the farmer's concerns that complaints from residents of the new properties would compromise his ability to successfully operate his farm. We support the fact that there's a solicitor acting on behalf of the objectors in this case, carrying out a watching brief on this meeting with a view to considering any further follow-up actions which may be necessary should permission be granted.
Thank you, Julie and James, for your presentation. Members, also with us today, we have Ms. Sheila Curtin from 2 Plan NI to make a representation as the planning consultant in support of the application. Sheila, you're very welcome back to the Planning Committee. Like the previous speakers, you will also have 3 minutes and the clock won't start until you begin to speak. Thank you.
Chairperson and committee members, thank you once again for the opportunity to comment on this application. For the purposes of any new person to this application, I would firstly like to introduce myself. My name is Sheila Curtin. I am a fully chartered member of the Royal Town Planning Institute and have gained extensive experience in both the public and private planning sectors since graduating from Queen's University Belfast in 2002. I have personally overseen this application since its beginning back in 2016 and would like to take this time to rebut the newest precedent case presented by a third party via the case officer to explain why this case is again not a comparable precedence, but instead demonstrates the inconsistencies within the planning system. Noting also that the lack of comparable precedent cases was a consideration at one of this application's previous committee meetings. The precedence presented by a third party relates to a live application in Newton Arts for an extension to an existing slotted slurry tank within 37 metres of an unassociated neighbouring dwelling. The case officer's initial opinion in November 2018 was to refuse the application. However, consultations have been reissued and Environmental Health have responded without objection and present a number of conditions which they would seek to be applied to this application. The NIA are objecting to the application shed because the air quality report does not satisfy the ammonia impact required by the NIA. In addition, Shared Environmental Services advise that they do not have sufficient information to satisfy themselves that there will not be an ecological impact from the proposed slurry tank at the nearest ecological census sites. These are 2 of the requirements that the permitted development agricultural shed were not required to satisfy in the case of Mr. Colvin's neighbouring shed. And the identified planning application is an example of why ABC Council was incorrect in granting planning permission for the agricultural shed, not an example of why Mr. Colvin's replacement dwelling should not be granted. Finally, and also relating to another council area, I would like to leave you with an extract from the minutes of Lisburn Castlereagh's Planning Committee meeting, whereby the matter of a sewage treatment plant for housing development was being discussed. Chairman of the committee said that it was for future buyers and their legal teams to discover any potential pitfalls in the development. It's up to the purchasers if they want to buy, and it's up to their solicitors to make sure they do their work properly. The principle of buyer beware is well and truly active in other council areas, and I would urge the committee to also be guided by this principle and approve the current application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sheila. Members, the following people have speaking rights for clarification purposes. We have Shane Carr from Irwin Carr Consultants and David Harrison, PD Gibson Solicitors. Okay, members, I'm going to open up the floor for any questions for Nicola, or indeed anyone who spoke here or has speaking rights today. Members, I'm not seeing any lights. Apologies. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, it's just under in the report at item 1.2 on the first bullet point in terms of additional information. Is that information permitted to be discussed or referred to in any fashion in this portion of the meeting, or could I have some advice on that part?
Just bear with us, Alderman Wilson. Refer to the plan. Councillor Wilson, or sorry, Alderman Wilson, are you referring to, could you just repeat that? Are you referring to the part in the planning officer's report there under 1.2? Could you just repeat what you said there, because we missed a part of it.
Sorry, yeah, at 1.2, just in the detail element, the additional legal advice provided and attached as a confidential item. Just wondering the terms of referring to that, just to be, keep myself right, if you like, in terms of the committee.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. I see Roisin with her hand up here. I think she's coming in to respond. Roisin.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think if there's any questions or any queries around the confidential item, we would have to go into committee to discuss that.
You content, Alderman Wilson, then? Or is there something you want to go into committee?
No, I'm content with that. I'm content.
Thank you. Members, any further questions for Nicola or anyone who spoke here today? We did give this a lot of talk last month, just around the whole application and around the separation distance and things like that. So we obviously did defer for some legal advice after questions asked by Councillor Keaton. So I take it you've all read that. And before I move on, I just want to be sure that there's no more questions or there's no more queries. Just iron out. Okay, members, I take that you're all content. So we're going to have to move on then to the next part of this proceedings, which is debate and decision. So members, I'm in your hands. Councillor Keaton.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I suppose I'll comment and saying that it was me that had requested some clarification around some of the legal issues that had come up the last time. I suppose my mindset towards the decision-making aspect of it the last time we heard the issues in respect of this was to see if we could find some compromise between obviously the interests of the developer and the existing land users in farming. I haven't looked at and reflected on the issue, on the legal advice that has been offered. I'm satisfied that it's difficult, obviously the rights attaching to the property rather than the individuals or the people that own the house now or develop it. But I am content that there is sufficient risk that the development as proposed could adversely impact the use of the adjoining land for its current purposes. And on that basis, given that that's a pre-existing use, I would be in favour of proposing that we accept the officer's recommendation as it currently sits.
Thank you, Councillor Keaton. Councillor McLennan.
Yes, sure. Thanks for letting me in on this one. And I would have to say that since the last meeting, I have thought and have reflected, to use Councillor Keating's words, on this quite a wee bit. And I'll make a sort of broader point before saying anything else. And now, as someone who's relatively new on the planning committee, when we came on, we were told, right, you assess planning applications as before you on the day, and you don't look into hypotheticals and so on. And at some stages since our last meeting, the thought has crossed my mind that perhaps we are going into hypotheticals in terms of things like buyer beware and the loss of amenity and so on and so forth. All of the debate that we have had around this, Chair. So I would be interested maybe to hear from sort of officers in terms of what they think on that. But I would fear that maybe we were at risk, or we are at risk, of treading into that territory. But that's just a general comment, Chair. And I suppose I would finish off by essentially sort of seconding Councillor Keating's proposal that we accept the recommendation of the officers in this case. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McLennan. Okay, members, we have a proposer and a seconder to accept the officer's recommendation. Are we all agreed?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you very much, members. That decision has been ratified. Thank you. Members, you just have to bear with us before we move on to Appendix 2. If you just give us a few seconds. Okay, members, Appendix 2 is application number LA08/2020/0394/0 and application number LA08/2020/0398/0. Members, only the following people can consider this application. They are Alderman Wilson, Councillors Keaton, Councillors Lavery, Councillor McClennan and Councillor Nicholson. Members, as I'm not able to take part, I'm going to ask that Councillor Nicholson chairs this particular application. And we're just getting Councillor Nicholson joined in here. Okay, you ready to go? Members, the rest of you, could you all turn off your cameras, please? Thank you very
Chair,
much.
Chair,
Yeah, sorry.
could you fill me in here? I was disconnected there for a few minutes again. What are we discussing this time?
We've moved on to Appendix 2, Alderman, and the following councillors are allowed to take part. Alderman Wilson, Keating, Lavery, McClennan and Nicholson.
So I just take off the camera.
Please do, Alderman
you.
Anderson.
Thank you.
Okay, members, I will pass over to Councillor Nicholson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll just wait until all members turn off the cameras. I think we're there, aren't we? Yeah. Okay, members, as the Chair has said, appendix number 2, LA 2020-0394/0 and LA 2020-0398/0. And I'll invite Liam McCrum, Senior Planning Officer, to make his presentation. Okay, Liam, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. This application is for two separate applications for one gap site for two infill dwellings, Scarborough Road, Guildford. At our last meeting, members will recall the applications were deferred to enable the committee to view the additional maps submitted to officers and referenced by the agent in his presentation. Members will now have had a chance to review those additional maps, and they have been included in Annex 1 and 2 of the addendum. Members will be well versed in the consideration of the main issues with these applications, as this will be the third time this has been presented to members for decision. So I don't intend to go through all the issues previously discussed at previous committees. I will just add a few points of clarification for members in regard to the policy assessment of CTY 8 in considering the additional information in the form of the agent's maps. Members are reminded that the policy assessment in defining a gap is the size of the gap site between buildings within the defined frontage. This is the established assessment practice of council planning officers and remains the established position of the Planning and Appeals Commission in defining the size of the gap in assessing CTY 8 applications. Officers remain of the assertion that the gap site measuring 195 metres from building to building, in this case, is not a small gap, sufficient only to accommodate up to a maximum of 2 dwellings. Members are also reminded that the applicant's map in Annex 1 excludes a section of the defined frontage that measures approximately 47 metres. This section of the frontage, as depicted in Map 1, clearly forms part of the defined road frontage as directed by CTY 8. Members are reminded that in no application determined by this council, or indeed any PSC decision that officers are aware of, has a section of a defined frontage been excluded from the policy consideration to facilitate a plot frontage assessment. This is what members are being asked to provide determining weight for in this instance. Members are also reminded that the policy assessment in respect of CTY 8 is not one that requires an assessment as to whether only 2 sites can be accommodated within the gap. The policy assessment requires an assessment as to whether 3 or more dwellings can be accommodated within that gap, whilst respecting the existing pattern of development. In this instance, officers remain of the view that 3 dwellings can be accommodated within this gap of 195 metres, whilst respecting the existing pattern of development. In respect of the map Annex 2, members are advised that officers consider the planning merits of this application to be materially different to those in the current applications before members. In the case of Annex 2, the gap between buildings is smaller. Of determining weight in this case is that the combined width of the plot frontages of the 2 dwellings that enclose the application site equate to the size of the existing gap. Therefore, in this particular case, only 2 dwellings could be considered to respect the existing pattern of development. I could take you through the PowerPoint just to refresh your memory. There we go. Next slide, please, Ruth. Again, we know where the site is. We've done the map of the frontage. Next slide, please, Ruth. Again, these are just the separation distances we've previously talked about. Next slide, please, Ruth. Aerial view of the site. Next slide, please, Ruth. Again, we've been to the site, we've carried out the site visit, so we know what the plot frontage looks like. Next slide, please, Ruth. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. These are just the breakdown of the plot frontages, and again, the approved plot frontage. Next slide, please, Ruth. Again, site frontage analysis. Next slide, please, Ruth. This is just the site location plan of each of the sites. Next slide, please. This is a map submitted by the agent. You'll note the unauthorized extension, and you'll note the 47 meters excluded from the southern site. Next slide, please, Ruth. And again, this is another map submitted by the applicant's agent. And again, you'll note the unauthorized extension, and again, the exclusion of the 47-meter frontage. Next slide, please, Ruth. This is just a plan and appeal decision where the gap of 134 meters in this particular case was not considered to be a small gap for the policy CTY 8. Next slide, please, Ruth. Again, in this case, a gap site of 155 meters, again, not considered to be a small gap in this context. Next slide, please, Ruth. Again, a plan and appeal decision, and again, a decision made by members of this council where 148 meters was not considered to be a small gap that could accommodate up to max with 2 houses. Next slide, please, Ruth. This is another planning decision which we believe very much replicates what's before members, where we had a application of 187 meters. In the case of the application, we have 185, where the gap was considered too big. This is one that went to planning committee in November 19, and all members involved in this decision were involved in that one, where it was found that the gap site was too big to accommodate the 2 dwellings, where we felt that 3 could fit. Next slide, please, Ruth. And again, that was the plot analysis of that one, which we believe is something quite akin to what we're looking at in the context of this application, where the gap site, as I say, was 197. And what we're dealing with in this one is 195, because I think there was a mention of precedence in the last meeting that we had, and we feel that this one, where we had refused planning permission, is directly comparable to the one that's before us in this particular instance. Next slide, please. This is one of the maps that was not circulated to members last time, and again, you can see, I mean, you've had a chance to review it. It includes the unauthorized extension of curtilage, and it excludes the 47 meters part of the frontage that policy directs applicants to get officers to consider as part of the determination process in dealing with CTY 8 applications. Next slide. And this was the second map that I referenced in the addendum report, which basically, when you're looking at it, you'll note that the 2 plot frontages there that enclose the gap site in this instance measure almost exactly the size of the gap where the 2 dwellings were actually approved. So we don't feel that this is in any way comparable to the application that we're considering. I think that might be it. Next slide, please, Ruth. Yeah, that's just the sort of a bit of meat and the bones of that, where basically what we said is essentially like the gap of the gap site here is actually 30 meters smaller, which is determining. And in essence, the 2 sites there, you'll see it's 71.5 and 94.2. When you add the 2 of them together, they basically give you the gap site there of between the plots. And that's why there was 2 dwellings approved within that. So as I said to you, I don't feel they are comparable in any way to the applications before members. Next slide, please, Ruth. Yeah, and this is just a sort of recall on what actually does have a frontage in terms of consideration of CTY 8. In this particular appeal, that farm building, the big red one there you see in the background, was not considered to have a frontage onto the road because it was set behind a wall that fronted onto the road there and the existing farmyard, and that was reflected in the Commissioner's decision. So I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Liam, for your presentation. And members, with us today, we've got 2 people who are going to speak in support of the application. I think they're both well known to members. So we've obviously firstly got Councillor Barry. Very welcome again, Councillor Barry, to the committee.
Thank you, Chair.
And Nigel Coffey, Planning Services. I'm going to invite Councillor Barry to speak first. And Councillor Barry, as you can see on the clock, you have 10 minutes. And I know you'll use every second of it.
And continue to again.
Absolutely. Okay, Councillor Barry, where you go. You got 10 minutes to start when you begin to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and once again, members, thank you very much. This is becoming to be a bit of a habit, which I'm sure you are delighted. But I would once again like to thank the members for previously deferring this application, then attending a site meeting, and indeed last month, then coming to an agreement and accepting time to study the 2 context maps which the applicant had and the agent had previously submitted, which I do still believe, of the firm opinion, add enormous weight to this particular planning or these planning cases. I know Liam continues to state the 195 metres, but in my humble opinion, and I'm sure of the agent's humble opinion, we go with the 188 metre one measured from the outbuilding, or indeed we go actually to the 163, which is measured from the other visible outbuilding frontage from the main road. Obviously, he continues to mention about the unlawful development, but obviously you're all well aware, because we've told you on 2 occasions, that obviously the certificate of lawfulness application has been submitted, and we would be confident in this one, because we believe planners are clutching at straws here, are dancing on the head of a pin, because it dates back as far as 1976. But I think it's important to note that the applicant was very, very happy at the cost of over £1,000 to submit this, to put this right. As I've stated before, the case officer had indicated clearly in his argument that the sites do offer a suitable degree of enclosure, that considering the topography of the sites and the surrounding lands, and with the existing boundary definition, the good enclosed sites, they're not unduly prominent. And I'm sure you've noticed that when you were actually out on site, that you'd seen that. And in relation to the parking, the site plays, and the residential amenity is still okay, because there's a good road frontage and sight lines in relation to that. I think it's also important, because I've looked further at this again, because of today's meeting, that we look at the neighbouring properties, and we look at the similar sizes of plots. We look at number 15, we look at number 20, 23, 23A, 25 and 27. All of those ranging from 0.96 acres in size to 1 acres in size, all within potentially 300-400 metres from these particular proposed sites. And clearly all of these established sites now are well proportioned and well in size, similar to what we're discussing here today. In fact, the square footage of those particular properties, which I have noted, range from 2,500 square feet to 5,000 square feet, all on very good sites. And I know the planner had stated that these particular proposals would create ribbon development. And once again, I'm here begging to differ in relation to that, because I do believe, knowing the area, knowing the land, visiting it, passing it for many, many years, that I believe that these would blend well in with the existing and established properties, and would support that traditional pattern of local settlement. And when we look at the spacious homes that are very well designed, the square footage, the size of the sites, the scale, the siting and plot sizes, and I think that has to be taken into context, because it's okay bringing up particular explanations and other maps in relation to what has been approved and what has been refused in the past. But we're always reminded by the planning officers down through the years that every site is based on its merits. And I believe that these sites should be looked upon in their own merits, because not every site is the same as the one before you. So I know at the previous meeting, I think it was Councillor Lavery mentioned that that you could get 2 football pitches in relation to these proposals here. Well, the last time I looked at the size of football pitches, and to keep everybody happy, we'll look at Anfield and we'll look at Old Trafford, and they're in around about 105 to 115 approximately in size. So I would beg to differ with him on that one. Whether he's an Anfield fan or an Old Trafford, I'm not sure, but I just wanted to highlight that. As clearly indicated on the submitted contact maps, the southern point of this host field is the one that seems to be really in question here. And I know Liam and planners are pointing out the CTY8, which obviously officers have to consider. They have to consider, and they're not completely confined to that. And I think there's a common sense approach that is required here, because that particular part of that field, which we call the host field, really it's at a very extremely narrow point of the field and is not visually apparent as being part of it likely to be associated more with number 23. And I said that at the outset from the start of this at our first meeting, that I always believed with my local knowledge, which obviously we don't know everything, it always read and looked like it belonged to number 23. And that is why that was kept out of that, because agriculturally or for garden purposes, it is of no use to the applicant or anybody because of that such narrow point and keeping in with your neighbours. So it is also evident from comparing both maps that the gap in each case is not capable of accommodating more than 2 dwellings, whilst at the same time respecting the existing development pattern. So at our last meeting, I know the head of planning, Damien Mulligan, had intervened at one stage because of the votes taking place, and he had clearly indicated in commas there's a clear difference of opinion and would constitute a departure. And whilst he's every right to say that, he's every right to make his opinions known. I, in my humble opinion, being a councillor for 20 odd years, members are capable, professional, and able to consider for themselves and make up their own minds on their interpretations of every individual site that comes in front of them, and in relation, in this case, to CTY 8. So, as I've said before, and I'll say it again, whilst yes, members are there to listen and consider advice from planners and legal teams and all of that there, every application is on their own merits. So even the maps that I have seen here come up from Liam, I could sit and argue that that would differ from this particular one. And I think really it's very, very important that every site and every application is of their own merits, and the members are the ones that are capable to make that decision. So very briefly, through the chair, once again, I fully support these applications, and I would kindly request that the members would form the opinion again to approve at the committee today, following obviously the very important presentation from and evidence from their architect here, Nigel Coffey. I would please request a common sense approach in the context of these sites. Once again, considering the size of all the neighbouring plots, sizes, scale, and the square footage that are in keeping with this. The southern point, as I've said, is no agriculture use. It will not be a garden use, and it's not visually apparent on site with the mature vegetation. And I think that's a critical point, because members, I believe, would be safe in making the opinion to approve this on the basis that that particular site and that particular southern point does not read with these particular sites here, based on the fact that it's right in front of number 23. And obviously the officers have asked everyone to consider CTY 8, and I would stress consider. And in closing, once again, the 195 meters measurement, in my view, is very questionable, based on it measured from number 21 and not the outbuilding, and also the fact that along the side of this there's an established driveway which separates both of them visually. And I think that's important, because whilst planners will use the language that this is an unlawful access or application, obviously they're going in to rectify that and have already done that and submitted the application. But I would, simply request that members would take that on board, that here we have, yes, number 21, but right beside number 21 is this driveway that's not going to change it, and they have no intentions of building on it, and it wouldn't even read well and wouldn't sit well in relation to what is proposed here. So thank you very much, members and officers, for your time, and I would just humbly ask and request that you would really consider this again on the basis of its merits, which it has many, and based upon obviously the considerations here going ahead and your interpretations of it, and use that common sense approach as you always do in relation to every site that you considers. And thank you very much again for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Barry, for your kind words and your presentation. And as a Liverpool fan at the minute, I don't really want to talk about Anfield, but there you go. Okay, members, the next person who's going to be addressing the committee is, as Councillor Barry has said, is Mr. Nigel Coffey, who's the agent of the application. He's speaking in support. Nigel, are you there? Can you hear me? Nigel? You there, Nigel? No?
I'm here now. Sorry, I was muted there.
Okay, okay.
Can you hear me
Nigel.
okay?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear, Nigel. You've got 6 minutes as per previous, and the time will start when you begin to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to all. The information that I would wish to bring before the members relates foremost to the two maps, Map 1 and Map 2, as submitted previously by myself. Firstly, Map 1. In all previous considerations of the gap site to date, the officers have continued to assess the gap as being 195. As indicated on Map 1, the gap measures 188 or 160 if you want to refer to the building out the rear, which is also cited on the plot, which has frontage to the road associated with number 21. This Map 1 also clearly shows that the available area within the host field can accommodate only 2 dwellings, whilst respecting the existing development pattern along this road frontage in terms of size, scale, and plot size. As a result of this, the spacing between existing and proposed properties remains fairly similar and consistent. The same point was previously made by myself at the time the applications were submitted through the provision of a map showing 3 dwellings squeezed into the same area and clearly not respecting the existing development pattern in terms of size, scale, and plot size. In respect to the narrow and overgrown corner at the southernmost point of the host field, it has not been included as part of the proposed Site 1 due to the following issues. In addition to being of little agricultural value, it is not of a shape or size that would enable it to be easily incorporated or associated with any new dwelling on the site, and more likely to be liable to raise issues with present occupiers of number 23 in terms of residential amenity. It is also contended that the existing vegetation along its boundaries serves to provide screening and would assist with separation and integration of any new buildings along this stretch of road. It is not proposed to be part of any plot frontage. As previously discussed, it is the distance between the buildings that is key in the policy test, and as Map 1 demonstrates, the apparent distance between the buildings to passers-by will clearly support the view that the existing development pattern is being respected. Officers have reminded members that the policy requires an assessment as to whether 3 or more dwellings can be accommodated within the gap, whilst at the same time respecting the existing pattern of development. If it can be acknowledged that Map 1 shows the proposed buildings, their plot sizes, and the distances between them as respecting the existing development pattern, then it must surely follow that subdividing that same area of land into narrower, smaller plots where the buildings would be much closer together would not be in keeping with the existing development pattern. I would at this stage reiterate that the width of the actual plot available to accommodate the 2 sites is 142 metres along the road frontage and not 195 or 188, depending on which view you take, as suggested by officers to be capable of accommodating 3 65-metre plots. And now Map 2. This map is being provided for comparison purposes and is based on the approved site location and block plan drawings associated with LAO 8 2015 1174. For ease of comparison, both Map 1 and Map 2 have been orientated to read the same way, that is, from left to right across the site frontages. Whilst the gap measured between the buildings on the Ballygowan Road was less at 168 metres, the land within the gap proposed for development realistically measures only 119, measured as indicated on green. If the pattern of development in Map 2 is assessed in the same way as discussed for Map 1, then it can be concluded that the size of the gap in this instance, again, cannot always directly influence the plot sizes or widths, etc. As per the Scarborough Road applications, it is the distance between all of the buildings that is important to ensure the existing development pattern is maintained. Similar to the Scarborough Road field, the site at Ballygowan Road could be physically subdivided into 3 smaller 40-metre wide plots, but not whilst at the same time respecting the existing development pattern in terms of size, scale, siting, plot size, and the distances between the buildings. In concluding, I would emphasise to members that the applications on land between 21 and 23 Scarborough Road are in compliance with the relevant policy CTY 8, and that the proposed 2 infill sites are in keeping with the existing development pattern as indicated on the submitted documentation. Contrary to officers' assessment, the site is not capable of accommodating 3 or more dwellings, whilst at the same time respecting the development pattern. It therefore follows that to approve these applications would not be setting a precedent for similar applications to be submitted in the future, nor previously refused applications to be resubmitted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey, and members. That concludes the speakers in relation to the application. So, members, open to questions from members now at this stage. Alderman Wilson.
Yep, thank you very much, Chairman. And it's just regarding the agent's map 2 as listed in the presentation. I'm just curious as to is that an approval in that regard? Just my first point, I think I stated February 21, but also on a point, why is the distance not between the house that's set further back that shares, or it appears to share, a driveway with that Ballygown Road? Because I know we have taken angular measurements in the site that we're talking about on Scarborough Road in a sort of a diagonal pattern, but this one seems to be reading with the 2 buildings running adjacent to the road, but not taking into account the building setback. So I know it's probably been covered before in terms of the technicality of that, but I'd just like to be refreshed on why that has been written like that, and not the lines, going diagonally to the house that I'm perhaps presuming with the topography it's maybe not visible with the road. I'm not sure, but I would appreciate just a bit of clarity on that on map 2.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson, and I think maybe it's because it's one of the 3 buildings. But Liam, do you want to address that? Do you remember that application? Why that? I'm assuming it was one of the 3 buildings, that formed the gap. Was that what it was?
It's not my map, and they're not my measurements, Chair. So I mean, all I can talk about is how we assess the application. That map 2 was provided by the agent. I mean, in respect of what Councillor Wilson is referring to, why we didn't assess the application in a sort of back to the plot that sits back, is the fact that it was only its access had a frontage onto the road. That dwelling didn't have a frontage in terms of our consideration, so the gap was between the buildings as the agent has annotated there along the front. And I suppose in our assessment of that, which separates this totally from what we're looking at in the context of the applications in front of us, is what I've provided in my PowerPoint. The 2 sites that enclose that gap there measure almost exactly the size of the gap in that particular case. So when you look at a plot width of 90, whatever it is, I haven't got the PowerPoint in front of me there, but there's the two plots that enclose that gap site. When you add them both together in terms of the frontage, that gives you the size of the gap between the 2 buildings. So in that case, only 2 dwellings would reflect the existing pattern of development there. That's not the case in the context of the application that we're considering tonight.
Thanks, Liam. Almost, are you happy enough with that? Yeah. Okay. Councillor MacLeod.
Yes, sir. Thanks for letting me in, and thank you to all who have spoken previously. In his presentation, Liam put up a picture of a single-story dwelling and at least 1 or 2 sheds out at the road, and then one back at the road as the or at the back of the yard as the way, or his way of illustrating what was meant by road frontage. I would just be interested to compare the distance in that particular picture, as it were, or in that particular actual yard, to the buildings to the rear of number 21. So if Liam has any information on that, that would be good. And probably the second thing would be, right, there's two measurements here. There's the gap between the buildings and there's the road frontage or the road curtilage, or call it whatever you will. Are they of equal precedence, or does one of those, or is one of those given more weight? And I ask that just to refresh my own memory. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McCann. And Liam, before you answer that, sorry, I sort of neglected, you did refer to that initial map in Mr. Coffey. So, Mr. Coffey, can you just sort of relate to Councillor Wilson, or Alderman Wilson's question there, just in relation to his first question, and then we'll return to you, Liam, for Councillor McClellan. Sorry, it was my fault there, members.
That's in relation to the measurement between the two buildings on map 2. I think, the reason I had measured that was exactly as Liam says. The building at the rear doesn't have a frontage to the road, so that's why we took the measurement between the buildings. But what the point I was making was, that is 168 between those two buildings, but those two plots that are shown there are only 119. So the actual size of the plots, the combined size of the plots, doesn't reflect the gap. The gap can't just be divided into two, between the buildings. But I know Liam has referred to another wee point at the back of that gives him his extra meterage, but in fact there is no boundary there. That's just a pen. There is no existing boundary there to the rear of those sites. That's one big field, so there is no boundary there. It is flexible what that boundary may turn out to be. How far back it goes.
Okay, thanks, Nigel, for clarifying that. And as I say, we move. Liam, can you address Councillor McClellan's question then, sir?
Yep, Chair. Essentially, the separation distances are set out in the PowerPoint, Councillor McClellan. I think what we took our measurement from was from the dwelling that fronted onto the road, which is the property at number 21, to the other dwelling. That was our measurement of 195. If you're taking the building immediately to the rear, which we don't believe has a frontage, it's whatever it is, 188, which is what the agent is reliant on. And if you're talking about the buildings immediately to the rear, which are the farm stroke commercial buildings that are again unauthorized, you're looking at 160, 165 or thereabouts. But I suppose the other point that you're making, or that you were asking for clarification on, was, is it just that the determining weight is given to the gap between buildings? What we have to consider is not just the gap between buildings, it's the area of developable land as part of the frontage. That's what the policy really requires us to assess, because you will have buildings staggered and at awkward angles when actual fact they can have a frontage onto the road, but there's a significant portion of ground that's developable in front of them that forms part of the frontage, and that's what you have to weigh into your decision making in considering CTY8 applications.
Thank you, Liam. Okay, is that okay, Councillor McClellan? Are you happy enough?
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Wilson, is that your hand up again, or are you from the last time?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And it's just to go back to following Mr. Coffey's comments just on the second map. So I'm just trying to establish, is that building that's set back because it's not sharing a frontage, is it qualifying as one of the three buildings? Because I know, Chairman, you said it was maybe part of that gap, or is it the building to the extreme right just before the sort of 90-degree bend that's providing the third building in the row, if you like? So if I could get clarity on that, just on that point for my own benefit, thanks.
No problem, Alderman Wilson. Liam, are you, or?
Yeah, I'll come. I mean, I have no idea what the agent was talking about there, to be honest, in terms of lines. But basically, the way that application was assessed was basically that the building there at the corner, as I think Councillor Wilson, as Alderman Wilson is alluding to there, was part of the frontage. So you can have that building, the dwelling next, and the dwelling at the other bookend, if you like. So they were the three dwellings as part of that frontage. It wasn't reliant upon that one setback. And I think what the agent was saying there, that the separation distance as detailed there is 168 metres from building to building. And what I was trying to articulate was that when you add the frontage of the two dwellings that enclose that gap, they measure the distance of 168 metres or thereabouts, or very close to it. That was the point that I was making, and that's what sets this application aside and very different from what's before members. So I don't see how these are comparable in any way.
I'm sorry to come in just
Thank
through
you,
the
Liam.
chair. Through the chair, just does the driveway entrance then of the setback, is that included in the plot frontage analysis of those two sites? It's just I'm just very interested in this in terms of how that decision has been reached. Sorry.
I'm not sure of your question, Alderman Wilson. What?
Well, there appears to be between those two buildings on map 2 that has the yellow ink on it that says 168. Is that including in the plot size analysis of site 1 and site 2, what is to be made of the driveway entrance to the setback house, if you like, because there's no house number on it, so I can't define it any other way other than that. It's a triangulated driveway by the looks of it. What is, it's breaking up that view, if you like. So what is the analysis, or what weight is given to that entrance of the house that's set back in the overall analysis of the plot sizes? I know the plot sizes are within their own cartilage, but it does represent a visual break. And what I'm thinking is, when you look then at the Craigavon Road site, you have that triangulation effect at the southern tip, which Councillor Barry and the agent has referred to, and that's proven to be a bit of an issue. And this sort of represents something similar visually in my book, as to how that whole frontage is read.
No, I don't.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Liam?
I see. I think I understand where you're coming from, Alderman Wilson. Essentially, that formed no part of the consideration. Essentially, that building and that dwelling didn't have a frontage onto the road. The fact that there's a driveway, yes, that's part of the defined gap. But the important message in this case, even when you consider it in the whole and in the round, it was felt that two sites of this ilk were going to be comparable, almost exactly, to the gap that existed between those two buildings, and taking out whatever that is, about a 4 metre of an agricultural driveway or a driveway to an existing dwelling, wasn't going to derail that analysis. It was still going to be reflective. And when you look at those, in my opinion, it's just my opinion, that they are reflective of the established character of the frontage that we're considering here. I mean, we're not looking at houses 400 metres away, which I think Councillor Barry alluded to in terms of the consideration of the character of the area. It's the character of the frontage we're looking at, not the character of the area.
Thank you, Liam. Alderman Wilson, are you content or? Yep, thank you very much. Okay, members, any other questions? Don't see any hands up, members, so I'm assuming that all questions have been dealt with. And as I say, it's been said before, obviously this application's been there's a few times, so there's been a lot of questions asked and answered throughout those 3 appearances. So look, members, as is the form, if there's no more questions, we move towards debate, members, and decision. So Alderman Wilson, your hand's up.
So I'm like a broke record here, but just in terms of the CLUD, Councillor Barry has alluded to it being submitted. What, in Liam's opinion, is the weight attached to that? And I know we can't we can't assume the outcome of that, but you were mentioning previously that it would not be in any way making a change to your own opinion on the consideration of the application. But if that driveway and that, is brought in or considered and legalized, if you like, for want of a better word, does it materially change the measurements? And even should it be a few meters, I'd be keen to understand if it does change the outlook in terms of the measurement, because I'm aware that well, it's been said that it has been submitted. Thanks if I get a bit of clarity on that.
No, Councillor Wilson, the application for the CLUD is with us there at the moment. There's a question over as to whether or not it's actually a valid application, because it actually includes commercial things within the red line. So we're actually seeking a bit of advice on that matter as to whether it's actually a valid cut or not. But in the context of its relevance to this particular application, no, and it's not my view. This is the officer's view of the council. It's not just my view, that the separation gap is between buildings, and the fact that you're regularising extension of curtilage won't alter that assessment. What we're asked to consider in CTY 8 is the separation gap between buildings. The only thing that it will alter is potentially, if it were to be approved, would be the plot size of that curtilage of that property. And in our opinion, that would not be determining in this particular case in terms of that, even with the extended plot, if it were to be approved on number 21, it wouldn't change our assessment in terms of that the gap site could not accommodate 3 dwellings.
Thanks, Liam. And I suppose members were still in questions. We haven't really moved to debate. That was obviously a question. Councillor Lavery, your hand's up. Have you a question, or are we in debate?
I thought we're in the debate stage.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, look, obviously, Alderman Wilson come in with a question. So we're moving. If there's no more questions, members, I'm going to ask one more time. If there's no more questions, I am going to move to debate and decision. Okay, members, I'm going to take that silence as there's no more questions. Everybody's happy. So I'm going to move to decision and debate. Councillor Lavery.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to Liam and the presenters there. Yeah, it has been with us a few times before. I think this is maybe the 3rd time, although maybe those was imagined the other times. Start off with a headline item, I suppose. It would still be of the view that the recommendation before us is the correct one, and that the gap site of 195 metres is indeed could not be considered a small gap, because it could, within reason, be able to fit the potential for 3 houses. I know the applicants mentioned, 163 metres and so on, but obviously that would have to take into account a building which is unlawful, which we cannot do, and it does not have a frontage on the road. We've been asked to consider, ignoring the triangle there at the front, and as outlined by Liam, that is something that we cannot do. And although we hear what Alderman Wilson says about, the flood and all, and what may that impact things in the future, I just quote Councillor McClelland in the previous application, and we cannot deal with hypothetical situations here. We have to decide on the application which is in front of us, and the application which is in front of us, as outlined by Liam, is a gap which could not be considered small in my view, and therefore the decision to refuse, I think, is the correct one. But that's just my views on it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. Okay, members, still in the debate and decision here. Okay, no hands up, members. We're going to just sort of, I'm going to put out there for decision, members. Obviously, Councillor Lavery, I'm assuming you're making a proposal to accept the recommendation.
Well, apologies, thought we're just in the debate, so I'm not putting any proposals down, but if we are moving into that decision stage, I would propose that we accept the recommendation to refuse.
Yeah, Councillor, yeah, you're correct that, as I say, I called for anybody else want more debate, and there was silence. So yeah, we're moving to decision. So we've got a proposal on the floor, members. Have we got a seconder to that proposal? Oh, Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Chair. And listen, I've every sympathy with the applicant here. There is a lot of merit to the application. Obviously the lay of the land there, but obviously having been out and seen it and reflecting on the actual policy, not that 2 sites wouldn't blend well into the environment. The fact remains, from what I've seen on the site and listening to the policy context, in that if it could possibly accommodate 3, it doesn't fit with this particular policy context. And on that basis, I am satisfied that you could potentially squeeze 3 sites in there and it still keep with the character of the local area. So to my mind, it fails the policy test, and therefore I'd be happy to second the proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Keating. Okay, members, we've got a proposal and a second to accept the recommendation. Is there any other proposals, or are we all in agreement? Are we all agreed, members?
Yep.
Can't hear you, members. Oh, Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, I know the point's been made by a couple of people in terms of the hypotheticals and that, but is there any, and Liam has made his case, obviously, and we are obviously a decision-making body, but is there any merit or remit in, I'm just considering because the CLUD has been submitted and it's, it is in, it's in reaction pretty much to what has went before on the last few occasions that this has been debated. So I'm wondering, is there a merit for if I'm not sure, I don't think I've ever raised this before, but like a parking mechanism on the application until such times as the CLUD is resolved. And I know that's a further delay, which won't suit anybody. But one way or the other, but I'm just keen to understand, is that an option? And I know I'm not making it a proposal at this stage, but it's just coming to me as I'm hearing the debate or the and that element of it. So from that aspect, I'd be keen to understand from planners and from the chair what the options are there in terms of a suspension of it or a parking of it until such times as the CLUD is considered.
Alderman Wilson, I'm going to see Roisin's got her hand up here, so I'm going to let her address that. Roisin.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Alderman Wilson. I would just say at this stage that Liam and I, when we've all discussed the merits of the CLUD, and there is a question of the validity of it, but even if it were valid, we have discussed the implications that it would have for this application, and as Liam has already stated, we're of the opinion that it wouldn't change our recommendation. However, in terms of parking the application, I think the protocol allows us to defer an application for further information or for a site visit. I don't think it allows us to park the application for consideration of another one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Roisin. Alderman Wilson, does that clarify that for you?
Yeah, it does. Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, members, we have a proposal and a seconder on the floor to accept the recommendation. I'm going to just ask members all agreed. Agreed, members? Yeah. Okay, members. Thank you. All right. Thank you, members. On the next application. I'm going to hand back to the chair here.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson, for taking that application. Members, we're just going to adjourn for a very brief comfort break here for the staff. So if you could be back in front of your screens in 5 minutes or so. Thank you.
That's us back live, Chair.
Thank you very much, Danny. Welcome back, members, and also to members of the public who are joining us online. We are at Appendix 3. This is application number LA08/2019/0951/0. Only the following councillors and aldermen are allowed to take part in this application. Alderman Wilson, Councillors Lavery, McAlinden, McLennan, Nicholson, and Toman. Members, since I can't take part, I'm going to ask that Councillor McAlinden chairs this particular application.
Chair.
Yes, Alderman Anderson.
Just before you go, I previously declared a non-pecuniary interest in this application, and I had to retire to the waiting room. Is that the same with this one, although I'm not taking part?
Yes, I believe so, Alderman Anderson.
Okay, thank you.
And look, I will just pass over to Councillor McAlinden. I do see a number of hands, but Councillor McAlinden will take you in due course. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, members. Yes, Councillor Lavery, you have your hand up, please.
Yeah, it's just a sort of to declare an item of interest, just to notify the committee that I was sent an item of correspondence, I think from, I think it was Owen Morgan, the applicant, about this application, but I just had to notify him that as I was a member of the planning committee, I couldn't engage with him on it, and I just instead forwarded it on to the relevant planning officer, so I still feel contented I'm able to take part in the application as I didn't get involved in it, so to speak.
That's
I just
fine.
wanted to put that in the record, Chair.
That's fine, Councillor Lavery. Councillor Toman, please.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much for letting me in. Yes. Also in my full-time role, just for the record, in my full-time role, I took a phone call from the applicant or a friend or family member, but I stopped the conversation there and passed it to a colleague to take it from there, as I currently sit on the planning committee. So just want that noted for the record.
That's fine, Councillor Toman. So, members, we'll move on now, and we have the Senior Planning Officer, Nicola Creaney, to present and report a PowerPoint presentation. Okay, Nicola?
Thank you, Councillor. This is a site for dwelling and garage at Ballygargan Road, and it's LA08 2019-0951. And there are 3 objections from 3 different addresses. The application was presented to the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee meeting held in January 21, and it was deferred for a site visit. 6 members attended this site visit on the 20th of January. Officer's recommendation is to refuse, and the reasons for refusal are set out in the original planning report. The report considers issues raised at the previous, the report that was presented today considers issues raised at the previous meeting, including the frontage of number 41 and number 43 and a PAC example cited by the agent. Officers have reviewed this frontage and the report and can confirm that there's an average frontage of 34.5 metres. Officers have considered the frontage is from the front of number 41 to number 33, a gap of approximately 130 metres. Additional infill examples were provided by the agent on the 10th of February, and there's information on each of these within the report and details of these within my presentation. I'll go through those then within the presentation rather than now. Officers consider that all the examples support that the assessment on what construes frontage and the consideration of infill, which looks at the entirety of the frontage and the overall pattern of development and the disposition of buildings, is considered within those details. Thank you, members. I'll just go through the presentation. Actually, just for clarity as well, one of the examples, I think it's the 5th example for Derry Macfall Road. In the paragraph in the last sentence, I've said that the Commissioner confirms this site does not have a frontage. It actually should say that the Commissioner confirmed that number 22 does not have a frontage, if you just to clarify that typo. Okay, we'll go through the presentation. Next page, thank you. Next. This is the site then on the Ballygargan Road. Next slide, please. This is the site which is for the application. Next. This is the site location plan. Next slide, please. This is a concept plan provided by the agent. Next slide, please. This is the analysis that we've done in terms of potential infill options. Next slide, please. This is some details in terms of the measurements, in terms of the frontage and then the gap between buildings. That's the details there. Next slide, please. There's concern raised and there's a reason for refusal on amenity, and these are the measurements in regards to the amenity separation. Next slide, please. This is the first example which was provided by the agent in regards to infill. In regards to the Commissioner's decision, they felt that this was a replica really of the two sites, only the opposite way around. Each site, either side, is like a triangle, and the site then that's proposed is actually the opposite of that. And this site was approved. Well, actually, they accepted infill during the Commission recommendation, but it was refused then on flooding instead. But I don't see how this is any representation really to this current application site. Next slide, please. This is an application was submitted by the agent in regards to, I think, trying to show that what the consideration is for frontage. The two buildings actually on the south of the site actually were confirmed by the Commissioner not to have a frontage because, and they didn't form part of the frontage. And the site was dismissed and refused at appeal. It was provided by the agent, but I think it was just to explain what frontage was, but I don't really see the relevance of this in terms of this case either. Next slide, please. This is the site in Maguire's Bridge, which is submitted by the agent, where the principle for two infills was considered and was accepted, but it was actually refused on other criteria. But again, I don't really see how this is very relevant in terms of this case. Next slide, please. This is a site which was approved at appeal, and there is a gap between three buildings, small gap within a built-up frontage, and it was approved. The agent submitted this case, but again, I don't really see how it's directly relevant to this application. Next slide, please. This is actually a case which we have on the Derry McFall Road, the one that I had mentioned earlier in terms of the consideration. It was considered at number 22, where you can see the blue star didn't have a frontage to the road. There's actually quite a wide verge along that frontage, and because of the verge, it was considered at number 22 was not part of the built-up frontage because it didn't have a frontage to the road. And that's the reason why I've used it, just to demonstrate what is required in terms of frontage, because in our case, it's number 41 that we're looking at in terms of its frontage to the road. Next slide, please. This is a case then for two infills, which was taken to committee, this committee, and then refused, and then was dismissed at appeal. And the consideration was in terms of the character of the area, the distance between, and also looking at the character along the frontage that's proposed rather than the frontage of the general area. So some issues really and points that were raised in that previous application that was discussed. Next slide, please. And this is a further appeal which I've presented just on the Craigavon Road, where the Commissioner did consider not just the distance between buildings, but the settlement pattern and the disposition of buildings. And this was actually dismissed at appeal. Next slide, please. These are some council decisions which the agent submitted, saying that they were relevant, but I mean, in all of these cases, I don't really see how they are, because there's a small gap within a built-up frontage, and they were approved. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a view to the site. Members were on the site visit, so hopefully these photographs will, you'll know the details. Next slide, please. This is the view then from the lane or the road looking up towards the site. Next slide, please. This is number 41, and we did discuss on the site visit about the frontage and the curtilage of an old 2014, but I do consider, and officers consider, that the frontage does come down to the road, and that measurement is correct in terms of our analysis. Next slide, please. This is a view then along the Ballygargan Road. Next slide, please. This is a view then again on the Ballygargan Road. Next slide, please. Looking towards then number 33. Next slide, please. That completes my presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Nicola, thanks very much. Now, members, we have in attendance Councillor Margaret Tinsley, who is welcome, Margaret, and the Margaret's going to make a representation in objection to the application. Margaret, you have 5 minutes, and as soon as you start speaking, the clock will start going. So go ahead, Margaret.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, committee. And to be honest with you, I have really not got an awful lot further to say, because I've been asked by the local residents to highlight their objections and raise their concerns to this application. I brought that before the January committee. I've raised all their personal objections, and those have already been noted. But today, rather than prolonging your time, all I want to do is concur with the planner's report referencing the frontage gap site. Having visited the site with the residents on a number of occasions, I too would concur that this proposed site, it's not a small gap and therefore would not constitute an infill site. The residents, in conclusion, really all I want to say is the residents are concerned as well that if this site was to be approved, this building would be a prominent feature in the landscape and would not follow the current pattern of housing currently within the area. And members, thank you very much for taking my concerns on board. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Margaret, well within the time. We also have in attendance Mr. Owen Morgan from Planning Permission Experts, and he's making a representation in support of the application. And Owen, you have 3 minutes. So.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Chair. Good evening, committee members and officers. In my opinion, some of the references we just heard there to appeals are unhelpful to the committee. But I'm more than happy to take questions on them after. Just the time doesn't allow me to go into them, but happy to take questions. The most informative way of explaining this application is actually sticking to the facts of the case now. The accepted method of the assessment, which Liam McCrum previously alluded to in the consideration of the previous application regarding infill policy, is measuring the building to the building distance. In this case, the distance is 98 metres. The prevailing development pattern of recently constructed houses in the immediate area have frontages all of over 41 metres. Number 41 unquestionably has frontage to the road, which the officer has accepted. A building has frontage to a road if it shares a boundary with the road. The officer has measured the boundary to the front of number 41 and the size of the gap, even though this dwelling has frontage across that field to the road. So number 41 is referred to by the officer as having frontage of only 14 metres, but the councillors having visited the site will be aware that number 41 has a much greater plot width when you actually go down, the access lane into the site of 47 metres. So the case officer is also concerned that a third dwelling could be erected in front of number 41. However, firstly, a dwelling has already been approved to be erected within this gap, which would have closed the gap. And additionally, the PAC always consider that an assessment to be flawed when potential future planning applications are used as a material consideration in that assessment, and that's what's happened here. Besides, it would be completely counterintuitive to apply for planning permission for a site that already benefits from planning permission for replacement dwelling. The red line of that application actually goes the whole way across that field to the front. But from the days as a planning officer, I've retained excellent working relationships with other senior officers across Northern Ireland. I brought this application to discuss with some of them, and the overwhelming opinion was that this would be a difficult one for the council to successfully defend and appeal. It was always my approach as a planning officer. Where an application met policy, it should be approved rather than searching for reasons to refuse it. The case law jurisprudence is also clear in that where there is ambiguity in policy, such as the infill, then this is to be weighted in the favour of the applicant. I also acknowledge, though, that of course that infill policy isn't always easy for officers to consider. However, clearly there's a way of approving this given the size of the gap. In my opinion, any of the councillors that attended the site visit would be well justified to make a recommendation to overturn the case officer's recommendation based on any of the following: the width of the site at number 41, and that it already widens to 47 metres. The frontage of 33 is already 41 metres, and a site has already been approved in front of number 41, where officers are worried about that dwelling. And in any case, the owners of that house, they own that.
Okay, Mr. Morgan, your time's up there. So thanks very much for that there. We've no other one looking to speak. So we'll move on now to Members for questions. So anyone, any questions? Okay, Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Owen and Nicola and Margaret, for your presentation. Nicola, I would like to hear Owen. Obviously, you dismissed Owen's precedents. I have to say, very, very, dismissively. That there's no burden, no weight in this application, and I would like to give Owen an opportunity to sort of give us his sort of a justification for including. Get a bit of feedback here, man. Including these in his presentation or his as part of his application. So please, Owen, if you would just sort of give us a bit of a, what is your sort of thoughts in relation to the precedents that you put forward.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Well, I suppose, in a lot of those appeals that we quoted, it was simply, maybe a definition of frontage or a method of assessment being considered, and wherever it's clearly explained by the Commissioner, we think that those decisions are useful. But I suppose, the correspondence that we had previously submitted was, coming back at, what the officer had also suggested, and some of those I thought were very unhelpful, like that Craigavon Road, Helens Bay appeal, that was raised, that it was a gap site of 240 metres. I just don't think it stands on all fours with, with this at all. This is a gap of 98 metres. We're seeking 2 dwellings within it. But there's plenty of, we're trying, and another of the decisions that were raised was, there was the ADC decision 2017 A0214 established the assessment of a gap for new development must be taken from building to building. So I'm just reinforcing the building to building. I don't think it's very fair that, we're talking about this building to building flat out, and that's accepted as a method of assessment. But yet this assessment, if the officer seems to have solely concentrated on the distance right along, basically, the bend of the road, if you like, in front of a building that the officers previously has accepted already has frontage, I just thought a couple of other appeals were unfairly used, the officers, welcome to use them, but I just don't think it's standing all fours with the application before them, So I'm happy enough with that, Councillor.
Thanks. Sure.
Thank you, Owen, and thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Nicola, do you want to add anything to this?
Just to reiterate what I had said, really, building to building's one aspect of the consideration, and I don't dismiss that it isn't, but in this case, because of the disposition of the buildings and the gap along the frontage, that's what I've considered in terms of my analysis. And most of the examples were provided by the agent. There was only 3 of those examples that I had actually submitted, and they were just to reiterate the issue of what is a frontage, that we should be looking at the gap, the average frontage along the frontage itself, and just that it's only one part of the consideration. So I appreciate that the Craigavon one is such a wide distance, but it's the fact that the Commissioner did say that in this case, it wasn't just building to building, there were other considerations as well. And those considerations are set out within policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola. Councillor Nicholson, your hand is still up. Do you want to back in again?
Yeah. I suppose in relation to that, Chair, thanks for letting me back in. I'm a bit confused because obviously we had a sizable debate in the last application, and building to building was a dimension. Now Nicola's saying it's not build to building. There's other aspects that has. So CTY 8, it states it's building to building. So I just wanted to get clarification. What are these other aspects that Nicola is referring to? Because, as I say, we had a lengthy debate in the last application, and I think building to building was mentioned, I know, many times. There's football pitches mentioned and different things. But look, and I suppose the other question I have, Chair, when I'm on, is that the triangular site to the front of 41, is that the third site that that is being put forward, as in that is you can fit 3 in the gap on along the frontage? Just for clarification, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Nicola.
Yes, that triangular site is part of the frontage. I disagree with the agent, what Morgan has said, that he has said that triangular site is part of the frontage for number 41. Well, it isn't. It's an agricultural field. It isn't. It doesn't form part of the curtilage of that property. Also, Mr. Morgan said that there was an approval for a replacement in that triangular site. There is no replacement approval in that triangular site. There's a replacement for number 43 granted where number 43 exists, but there is provision within that for a new access, but that permission hasn't been enacted, and as case officers can only consider what is currently on the ground, not what's proposed or what is approved, because it may never happen or take place. So that's our consideration in regards to that.
Thank you, Nicola. Councillor Nicholson, you happy enough with that? Okay, thank you. Okay, members, any other questions before we move on? Don't see any more hands up. We can move on now to members' debate and decision. Okay, members, any? Yes, okay, Councillor Lavery.
Thanks, Chair. Again, just in the debate, so just maybe give my views on it. Thanks to Nicola and Towan for presenting there. And again, it was good to get out, I suppose, on the site and see it up close. To start off, I suppose I would say that I would agree with the recommendation overall with regards to refusal, as given the gap site, which is quoted, here is 102 metres. And the characteristics and development pattern of surrounding buildings, you would be able to, within reason, fit 3 dwellings on that space. And indeed, I do want to highlight and agree with what Nicola was saying there about that triangular field. It did sort of seem to be, an agricultural field. It wasn't somebody's garden, so to speak. And indeed, there was, did seem clear to me that was not associated with that other house. That was mentioned, house number 41. So again, that would just be my view on it, that you would sort of within reason be able to fit 3 dwellings, and therefore we would have to, refuse that based on the legislation. Just my views on it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. Councillor Nicholson.
Thanks, Chair. And I'm a wee bit sort of like, it's either it's a gap or it's not, and I'm sort of thinking in relation to, I appreciate the argument with the field to the front, but like the policy states the gap between buildings, and it's in black and white in CTY 8, and it also refers to other aspects, be that size, scale, siting, and plot size. So I'm not convinced by this, but that's where I am. Members.
Thanks, Councillor Nicholson. Any other members wishing to speak? No other hands up, so we'll move into decision, members. Councillor Lavery, you had mentioned about proposing the recommendation.
Well, apologies, it was just giving my own views on it, but if we are moving into the debate stage, again, given the presentation and information before me, I would propose that we do accept the recommendation to refuse in this case, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. Do I have a seconder for that, please? Alderman Wilson, please.
Yeah, I'm happy enough for the debate, and obviously consistency is a theme here, and I am content to second the proposal.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Wilson. Any other proposals? Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, sure. Look, I think I've made my points clear. I think consistency is key, and the policy states there's gaps between buildings. And when I look at the pattern on the ground, I think we should approve this application. So I'm proposing we actually reverse the decision of the officer.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Have we anyone to second Councillor Nicholson here? Okay, members, no one there to second, so the first proposal stands. So the proposal is to accept the officer's recommendation. So thank you, members.
Good night and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McAlinden, for taking us through that previous application. Members, we're now on Appendix 4, and this is application number LA08/2019/0287/F. And I would ask Trudy Chapman, Senior Planning Officer, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. The application is before you this evening as there has been more than 4 objections received during the processing of the application. The application seeks full plan permission for the erection of a store associated with the business at 34 Main Street in Mount Norris, which is a vehicle repair workshop, including a tyre fitting and restoration work. The initial application proposed an extension to the rear of the existing workshop immediately adjacent to the common boundary with Cusher Green. This proposal generated 6 objections from the 4 dwellings immediately adjacent, and officers were of the opinion that the proposal would have an adverse impact on these existing dwellings and suggested that the proposal should be amended. The scheme was amended and the shed was redesigned to be a standalone monopitch shed and moved to the other side of the yard. This version was immediately adjacent to the common boundary with number 38 Main Street. This amendment also generated 6 objections, one of which was number 38. Another was a property in Cusher Green. One was listed as Main Street but omitted to tell us the postal number, and the remaining 3 were anonymous. A final amendment was submitted, and this is the proposal that's before you this evening. It moves the standalone shed 4 metres into the site to provide a separation with number 38. Officers, having considered this against the SPPS and PPS4, are of the opinion that it meets policy requirements. The design of the building is such that the lower side of the shed, which is 3 metres in height, is the closest to number 38. In addition, number 38 is located to the south of the proposed site and therefore will not be adversely impacted in terms of overshadowing or loss of light. This final amendment also generated objections. There were 11 in total. 2 of these were later withdrawn. Of the 9 that remain, 2 came from Cusher Green. 1 is listed as Main Street. Again, no postal number was provided, and the remaining 6 were anonymous. Each of these objections, anonymous or not, have been considered during the processing of the application and have been detailed in the report. However, many of these relate to the existing workshop. This does not form part of this proposal and therefore cannot be considered as part of this application. Officers are content that the proposal will not have an adverse impact on residential amenity and that the proposal meets the tests of the SPPS and PPS4. As such, we recommend that members grant planning permission subject to the conditions detailed in the report. These conditions will ensure that the building proposed will only be used for storage associated with the existing business. The deliveries to the building will be limited to specific times and that the existing boundary treatment will be retained. And if we could just move on to the PowerPoint, please. So we're located right in the centre of Mount Norris. Next slide, please. This is our site location, as you see, right in the centre of the village. Next slide, please. And this is an aerial photograph. You'll see there's houses on either side. Thank you. Next slide. This is us looking from Main Street, looking southeast towards the site. So just behind those large trees are the houses on Cusher Green. Next slide, please. This is straight on looking from Main Street in towards the site. Next slide, please. And this is taken a little further back, looking back towards the site and shows number 38 Main Street. Next slide, please. This is taken from within the site, looking straight back out towards Main Street. The building on the immediate right is the existing workshop. Next slide, please. This one is taken from the front of the workshop, and where the proposed store is going to go is where those 3 containers are at the moment, those shipping containers. Next slide, please. And this is taken at the rear of the site. There's an existing garage located at the side there that received permission about 2 years ago. Next slide, please. This photograph's taken from in front of 1 Kisher Green. It's looking towards the rear of the workshop. The original proposal proposed to extend from the workshop behind number 1 Kisher Green. The next slide, please. And this is taken from the other angle. So this is where the original proposed extension was to go. It would be immediately adjacent to that Castlewell and Gold hedge, and we felt that that was too close. Now, in the next slide, the lorry that is sitting there, you will see it in some of the next photographs. Next slide, please. And there you are. So that's taken slightly further back in the yard looking forward. And the next bottom one is taken from the garden of number 1 Kisher Green, and you can see the relationship where that lorry is. Next slide, please. So this was the original scheme. As you can see, the proposed extension shown in red. It was immediately adjacent to that boundary, and those dwellings in Kisher Green do have quite a small back garden, so we felt that this could have the potential for an adverse impact on them. Next slide, please. So that's the side outlined in red, and the 4 blue dots indicate the houses that had objected to it. Next slide, please. So this is the amended floor plans and elevations of the proposal, and this was to be the standalone shed. Next slide, please. This was our second scheme. It moved it immediately adjacent to the boundary with number 38. And again, the 2 dots show the houses that we know objected. The rest, as I say, were anonymous or didn't give us a postal address. Next slide, please. So this is the layout that's under consideration this evening. As you can see, they have moved it 4 metres away from the existing boundary, which means that the boundary will be retained. It gives a little bit of separation distance there. And the lower side of the mono pitch is on the side adjacent to number 38. Again, we have a number of objections to this. 2 of them came from Kisher Green. They were objecting in terms of the proximity to them, overshadowing and the likes. As I say, the rest were either anonymous or didn't give a postal address. Regardless of that, we have taken on board considerations of any residential dwellings immediately adjacent to the site anyway. We would do that as part of the proposal, whether there were objections or not, so they have all been considered. I think that might be the last slide, Ruth, is it? Nope, one more. This one shows an added benefit of this application site is that there are 3 large shipping containers on the site right up against that boundary with number 38. This proposal would take those away. And then it will provide the storage that is used in those storage sheds or containers at the moment. So there is a benefit of this application in that it moves that away from that boundary, and it is something that is more in keeping with the rest of the development on the site. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trudy, for that presentation. Members, with us today, we have Mr. John Wiley to make a representation in objection to the application. John, you're very welcome to this afternoon's Planning Committee meeting. John, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The clock should be appearing on your screen, and it won't start until you start to speak. So it's over to yourself, John. Thank you.
Well, my objections were that there was asbestos in that ground. Mr. Ross raised that ground up. So he used rubble from the houses around the green, which was all done up, which was built in the 60s, maybe the 50s. And in that rubble, as them houses was built in that time, there would have been asbestos in it. So to disturb this ground again would put a risk to the people of Mount Norris and myself. It's hard when you're watching the clock. But law states where there is a risk of asbestos or where there is asbestos, there has to be asbestos specialist come out and do a risk assessment on it. Planning Control has dismissed my claims of this, but law states where there has been potential asbestos or is asbestos, there has to be a risk assessment done. Following that there, my second one is he did get planning permission before for a storage unit, which he turned into a spray booth, which blows fumes straight over onto me. So what would this storage unit be to? My third one is pollution. As water runs from his ground onto my ground, that would leave more water running because he does not clean his spoutings out or maintain his buildings that way. He doesn't mind the water running onto me. Air pollution from diesel fumes, as our economy's going green now, that blows onto me ain't acceptable. I'm entitled to fresh air. I'm entitled to have my windows open to let fresh air come in, not diesel fumes, not paint fumes, not noise pollution. As far as I'm concerned, them's my objections.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wiley. Members, also with us today, we have Sheila Curtin from 2 Plan NA to make a representation as planning consultant in support of the application. Sheila, you're very welcome back. It's the second time today, so you're very welcome. As you know, you will have 3 minutes to speak, and the clock won't start until you begin to speak, Sheila.
Thank you, Chairperson and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again tonight. In support this time for the application for a storage building within the grounds of an established vehicular business repairs business. In this instance, we concur with the points made in the case officer's report and cordially request the committee agree with the recommendation to approve. The application is fully compliant with all the relevant policies, in particular PED 9 of PPS 4, of which each criterion has been fully assessed and detailed by case officers in today's committee report.
Sheila, sorry, may I stop you? We're just having a few technical difficulties here. The clock didn't actually start, so I'm just going to have to ask you to restart again, just as and when we're ready here. Are we good to go? Sorry about that, Sheila. Right, so the clock will start again once you start to speak. Thank you.
So again, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this application for a storage building within the grounds of an established vehicular repairs business. In this instance, we concur with the points made in the case officer's report and cordially request that the committee agree with the recommendation to approve. The application is fully compliant with all relevant policies, in particular PED 9 of PPS 4, of which each criterion has been fully assessed and detailed in the officer's report. The application, which is for additional storage only within an established business yard, is considered as planning gain, as it will see the removal of the 3 shipping containers currently on site, as demonstrated in the slides. The application has also been generated no objections from any of the official consultees, including environmental health. The applicant is willing to accept all conditions suggested by the case officer and has made every attempt to seek a balance between the concerns of the neighbours and the operational needs of his business, which is reflected in the amended scheme drawings before us today. In fact, the proposed use, size, design and location of the shed have all been amended and reduced since the first application drawings were submitted. Again, this has all been detailed in the officer's slides. Finally, in consideration of this application, we urge the committee to take into account material planning considerations only. And cordially request that the committee agree with the recommendation to approve. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Sheila. Okay, members, we'll move on to members' questions. So have we any questions for Trudy, John, or indeed Sheila, please? Councillor Nicholson.
Yep, thank you, Chair, and thank you, John and Sheila, and Trudy for your presentations and representations. My question is for Trudy. I noticed in the report, environmental health were consulted and came back with no issues. Now, was asbestos brought, obviously, as the objector has brought up, you know, the issue with asbestos, was that considered by environmental health during the consultation process?
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Trudy, do you want to respond, please?
Thank you, Chair. There response didn't specifically say that they considered asbestos, but in terms of the planning consideration, asbestos doesn't fall under our remit. So asbestos is covered under the Control of Asbestos Regulations, Northern Ireland 2007, and it's in the remit of the Health and Safety Executive. So our understanding is that should asbestos be found, then the duty under that legislation is for the works to cease and for the Health and Safety Executive to be informed, and then they take matters to make sure that any can be removed and licensed if need be and disposed of correctly.
Thanks, Trudy. But surely environmental health have an element in that in relation to if there is a history, for example, you have contamination or something within the ground. Are they happy that what they have assessed and there's no contamination in the existing ground?
Through the chair, they didn't raise any issue with potential contamination.
Is there a condition? I didn't see it there. If say there was contamination, that obviously that would have to be dealt with.
Through the chair, we haven't put one of those on, but if you want one, we can certainly put one on for you, if members were minded to approve the recommendation.
Thanks, Trudy, for that. And in relation to a question for Sheila. Hi, Sheila. Hi, Sheila. My question for you is obviously there was you're happy with the condition that's going on the application in relation to it's for storage only, and it's purely a replacement for the containers that's on the site, and that would be conditioned. And obviously, if there's a movement beyond that in relation to obviously there's a potential enforcement.
Yes. The applicant is willing to accept that, and he said that he's willing to accept all the conditions. Basically, he wants to tidy up the yard, wants to get rid of the storage containers, and wants to have a more secure unit. So really, it is to the benefit of everyone. This proposal.
Thanks, Sheila. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the presentation. My line of question would be along the same as Councillor Nicholson's in relation to asbestos. If there is asbestos there, as Mr. Wiley seems to state, it is something that we should be really concerned about if this development does get approved and go ahead. And I think if I'm picking up Trudy right there, that this would be conditioned that if any soil or any foundation or anything was found in there, that the operation would cease immediately until that would be cleared, because this is a health and safety issue. Asbestos is a big thing, and certainly it's something that we need to ensure that I know. But what Trudy's saying today is that's not something member for the environmental health, it's more the health and safety executive. But I think we as a council here need to ensure that proper conditions are put in here, that if there is anything on this site, that it would not be detrimental to anyone's livelihood living beside it, and would have to be sorted out at that particular time. I think I've got my answer to on the containers from Trudy there, if she wants to clarify it. But really, this new building would be replacing, maybe is it 3 containers or what it is, and what's stored in those containers at present would be in this new storage facility, and those containers would then be removed completely off site. I think if that's what I'm picking up, Trudy, maybe you can clarify that. If that was the case, it's probably a betterment of tidying up the site, let's say, with the one building rather than have containers sitting. But do we put a condition that the containers be removed from the site of the building is approved? Maybe those couple of issues. And the other thing that Mr. Wiley, I think, referred to was water or going onto the site. Did I pick it up that Mr. Wiley had water flooding onto his property at present, and is telling us that this could increase that situation? Could I have just some clarification from that from Trudy as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Trudy, do you want to clarify some of
Thank
those
you.
points, please?
Working through them. The contaminated land, I think I answered most of that for Councillor Nicholson. In saying that, everybody has a duty under the Control of Asbestos Act, whether you find potential asbestos in your own home, you have to. So that's why we initially didn't put it on as a condition. But as I say, if members are more comfortable, we can add that. Indeed, the proposal is slightly larger in footprint than the existing 3 containers, but the intention is that it will take the storage out of those containers and the remaining outdoor storage that's within the site, and that will all go then into this one facility. With the water running off at present, with those storage containers right up against that boundary, that's potentially what could be causing some of that problem. So with this moved 4 meters away from that boundary, it does allow for maintenance of that boundary. So that hopefully will also be resolved through this. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Trudy. Alderman Anderson, you can
just quickly, yes, Trudy answered most of them, but it's these 3 containers. Will they be moved off site if this is now going to be a building to take the storage that's there at present, and we won't have 3 containers plus the site? That's what I'm getting at. Plus the new building. Is the containers going off site? Is that what we're saying? Thank you.
Through the chair, the proposed layout shows that the containers are no longer on the site if this gets approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Wilson.
Yep, thanks very much. It was just on the, I suppose on the asbestos point, I'm aware there are fairly rigorous regulation around asbestos in terms of hazardous wastes, and the Environment Department website and Public Health have extensive information on that. For it's been an issue a few times. I've dealt with it on a constituency basis in terms of providing information, so I'd be content enough that a condition isn't required on that, given the very rigorous requirements, as Trudy has said, that are already in place by law on anybody, regardless if you have a planning application or not. Asbestos is a hazardous waste, and there is a fairly rigorous method of dealing with that, and there's various companies, as we know, throughout Northern Ireland that are specifically involved in dealing with that in the correct way. But just in terms of I suppose in terms of the original proposal, and I can see where the original proposal was probably in terms of the actual layout of the building more straightforward for the applicant in that regard, and with it flowing throughout the back of the building. So with that no longer being the case, and the realization and I suppose the acceptance of planners in terms of how they see the layout of the site, the removal of the containers, and the moving away from the boundary of the shed, I think it does represent a fairly reasonable solution to the thing. It's just concerned in terms of the way the yard then is shaped afterwards. Is it providing like a pinch point at some point? I'm just not, or is that just the canopy that's overlooking the site? I'm just wondering, for the passage of vehicles back and forward throughout the length of the yard, is the new proposal pinch pointing that in any way, or does it still give a fair degree of amenity to the business, basically traversing the length of the site?
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Trudy, do you want to respond there, please?
Thank you. Obviously, the applicant has come up with the revised layout himself, so he wouldn't have designed it in such a way if he thought it was going to cause him issues. We don't believe it will cause any manoeuvrability issues, and as well as that, the whole front section is for customer parking, so no customer should be going down that end of the site anyway. That whole part is private, as it were, so we're content that there's enough parking and manoeuvrability at the front of the site, and that he can still get past there. Thank you.
Thank you. You content, Alderman Wilson? Yeah.
Yeah, content.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan?
Yes, Chair, thanks for letting me in. And to a point, Alderman Anderson took my question in terms of the whole sort of drainage assessment and that issue. And I suppose I note in terms of in terms of what has to happen before a drainage assessment can be triggered. And the point number C, a change of use involving new buildings and our hard surfacing exceeding 1,000 square meters. Obviously, there is, and I think Trudy, you alluded to, there is a slight difference in the footprint between the existing 3 storage containers and the proposed new building. And I take it is what is going to be made permanent is what triggers that, or if you can enlarge on that, please. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor McClellan. Trudy, do you want to respond?
Thank you. In this case, the containers are there and they're being replaced, but as well as that, they're already on a hard surfaced area, so we're not increasing the hard surface. And that would have been what would have triggered the drainage assessment. Thank you.
Chair, if I can just come back, so it wouldn't be the fact. I mean, I take it I take it the storage containers don't have foundations, obviously, but what's been proposed will have foundations, so therefore that would be a slight change there, but it still doesn't trigger the assessment, obviously.
Through the chair, no. The assessment here is that the ground is a hard surface, so that water, when it rains, the water will run off that. And the fact that we are changing the 3 containers to a building won't change that. It's still hard surfaced area. The difference would have mattered if this had been a greenfield site and we were changing grass or permeable surface to a hard stand, and in this case we're not. Thank you.
Thank you. Members have no further lights on for questions, so we'll move on then to debate and decision. So members, I'm in your hands. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, it's just focusing on the conditions in that, and I think it does seem to be fairly rigorous in terms of how the conditions are applied and the fact around movements and the timings and that. I would be fairly content that it's it's within the normal working hours, and cutting off quite and you're thinking of a summer's evening, 7 o'clock's fairly early in that regard. And I think focusing on what Sheila had also said as the consultant, there is an acceptance of those conditions, and that was really just a concern in some aspects, that just to make sure that the agent or the applicant was content with the willing to be complied with. So it was just to make that point.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Members have no further lights. If you've nothing to contribute to the debate, we will move on to decision. So again, I'm in your hands, members. Alderman Wilson.
Well, I was just based on the debate so far, and again focusing on the conditions and that, I'd be happy enough to recommend that we accept the verdict of the planning officer.
Is that a proposal, Alderman Wilson?
Yeah, sorry, that's a proposal. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lavery.
Yeah, I think Alderman Wilson just sort of said what I was going to say there. I think that the recommendation is correct, and approval is the right outcome in this case. So I'll be happy to second a proposal from Alderman Wilson.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. Members, we have a proposer and a seconder to accept the recommendation. Are we all agreed?
Agreed. Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you very much, members. Bear with me 1 second. apologise, Russian, were you looking in?
Thank you, Chair. I was just seeking clarity as to, there was some discussion about an additional condition, but I'm assuming the recommendation is that there's no additional condition. Okay, thank you, Chair.
No additional condition. Thank you, Roisin. Okay, members, then we'll move on to Appendix 5. And this is application number LA08/2019 1673/F. And I would ask Liam McCrum, Senior Planning Officer, to present this report and PowerPoint presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. This application is for the retention of a replacement agricultural shed or shelter and associated vehicular access. Also proposed an agricultural laneway to access said shed on land at Armagh Road, Banbridge. This application is before members as because there were 4 or more objections from separate postal addresses have been received. It's taken as read that members have read in full officer's report and the more recent addendum, and that this presentation is only a brief synopsis of the main issues contained in that report. By way of some background, members are advised that the application has been submitted as a replacement shelter or shed, and that aerial photography has indicated that there was an agricultural structure at this location dating back to 2009. The structure was severely damaged by inclement weather in October 2017, and at that point it did not have the benefit of planning permission, although having been in situ for in excess of 8 years. The applicant erected the replacement shelter in October 2018, and this application seeks to regularise it. As you would expect, the application site lies in the open countryside as set out in the area plan. The SPPS states that provision should be made for development on an active and established agricultural holding where the proposal is necessary for the efficient operation of that holding. Policy CTY1 of PPS 21 states that planning permission will be granted for agricultural development provided it meets the criteria set out in CTY 12. These criteria are also referenced in the SPPS. CTY 12 allows for planning permission to be granted for development on an active and established holding where it can be demonstrated that it complies with criterion A to E. As set out in the body of officers' report, officers are content that this proposed development does comply with criteria A to E of policy CTY 12. CTY 12 goes further and states that in cases where a new building is proposed, applicants will also need to provide sufficient information to confirm a number of aspects. The first of these is that there are no suitable existing buildings on the holding or enterprise that can be used. In this regard, officers are content that the applicant satisfied this aspect of the policy. The second is that the design and the materials used are sympathetic. Officers, again, as set out in the report, are content with this aspect of the proposal. Further to this, CTY 12 has an exceptionality test that consideration may be given to an alternative site away from the existing farm or forestry buildings, provided there are no sites available at another group of buildings on the holding and where 2 specific criteria are met. These are that it is deemed to be essential for the efficient functioning of the farm business and that there are demonstrable health and safety reasons. Officers consider that the both exceptions tests are relevant in this instance. As set out in the body of the report, the building is deemed to be necessary for the efficient functioning of this part of the farm business as an outlying farm to ensure the effective maintenance and management of the herd. It provides shelter for cattle in bad weather, allows for the isolation of sick animals and for the storage of feed, straw and hay, and allows for the safe handling of animals by the applicants. To consistently transport livestock from the out farm 4 miles to the main farm at Lisnagate Road is not considered to represent an efficient functioning of the business. For the reasons set out in the report, officers consider the proposal complies with the SPPS, CTY 1 and CTY 12, and that the principle of development is acceptable. As detailed in the report, officers find the proposal to be acceptable in terms of design, integration and impact on rural character. In terms of the impact on natural and built heritage, members are advised that there are no natural or built heritage features within close proximity to the application site. In assessing the impact on residential amenity, the dwelling at 10 Armagh Road is the closest residential property to the site, and it's 71 metres from the proposed shed. Officers in consultation with environmental health consider that given the scale, separation distance to the existing shed and the nearest receptors, that there will not be a detrimental impact on residential amenity by reason of overshadowing, loss of light, noise or smell. The site is accessed via a new entrance which has been created onto Armagh Road. DFI Roads have advised that they have no objections to the proposal. As a satisfactory access and parking and turning can be provided within the site, it is therefore compliant with PPS 3 and DCAM 15. There are no consultee objections. Consideration of the objections raised by third parties are set out in detail in the report and the addendum, and approval is recommended subject to the suggested conditions. I'll just take you through the PowerPoint. Yeah, you can see our site there. That's the dual carriageway there, just outside Loch Brickland to the left, on our site on Armagh Road. Next slide, please, Ruth. This is our site location plan. You can see the point of entry and the location of the shed, significantly set back from the road. Next slide, please. This is just our site layout. So you can see the extent of the access arrangement and the location of the shed and various forms of landscaping that are proposed. This is just a floor plan of the shed. So you can see the dimensions. It's very small in scale, 7.9 meters width by 4.8 in, oh sorry, 7.9 long by 4.8 wide. Next slide, please, Ruth. This gives you an indication of the size of the shed and the elevations. Next slide, please, Ruth. Just an aerial photograph of the shed, this site. I'm not sure whether that's the actual shed itself as built. It more than likely is. So you can see where it sits in the context to the surrounding residential properties. Next slide, please. This is a view of the existing access. Next slide, please. That's a view from the access looking back onto Armagh Road. This is a view of the access, and what you can't see is the sort of hip roof, or the roof of the shed, if you like. There, it's up sort of to the rear of the access arrangement. If you can just make it out, you've good eyesight. And again, further back on West Roads, you can potentially just make out the roof pitch of the shed. I don't know if Ruth can maybe bring a wee arrow down to it there. It's sort of, yeah, it's just around there. Next slide, please. So here's a view of our shed. Next slide, please, Ruth. Another view of the shed. You can see it's hard flooring and it's open-ended on one side. Next slide, please. And again, just a view into the shed, so you can see the concrete base, the roof structures. And this is just a view from the dual carriageway, and it's just to show that it's basically invisible from the long-range views from the main road. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liam. And members, I'll just draw your attention to the addendum report. It's taken that you've all read that. And members, we've also received a written representation in objection to the application from a Mr. and Mrs. McCann, a Mr. and Mrs. Savage, Mr. and Mrs. Woodcock, and Mr. and Mrs. Crean. Members, with us today to speak is Councillor Jill McCauley, and Jill will be making a representation in support of the application. Jill, you're very welcome here today. You will have 5 minutes to speak, Jill, and the clock won't start until you begin to speak. So thank you.
2 seconds, I'm just going to just bear with me a second here. I'm trying to get exit. That's us. Okay, no, good evening, members, and thanks, Chair, and thanks, Liam, for the report there. I appreciate that this application has been recommended for an approval, and I originally requested speaking rights on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Graham Donaghy, here on the event of the objectors being here to voice their objections against this application this evening. With that not being the case now, and in their absence, I'm certainly going to make my remarks brief. So I'm here tonight to add my support to the applicant and this particular application. After reading the report here and the decision recommending for approval, I'm more than content and support the decision by our planning officers in its entirety. So as a local councillor for the Banbridge DEA and a fellow farmer in the borough, I do love to see progress and positive efficiency-driven expansion by our local farmers to ensure their sustainability throughout the ongoing challenges that our agricultural industry faces. I welcome the officer's report and the recommended decision tonight. So if you have any questions for myself, Graham or Barney, I'll be happy to clarify, but I'll not keep you any further. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Macaulay. And as Councillor Macaulay outlined there, with us also this evening is Graham Donaghy as applicant and Barney McCavitt from EnviroFarm Limited as the agent. And both of those gentlemen will have speaking rights for clarification purposes only. So, okay, members, we're going to move into members' questions. So if you have any questions for Liam, Jill, Graham, or Barney, please let me know. I had a few difficulties there. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Liam and Jill, for your representations. My question is to Liam. Obviously, the main issue in the objector's letter seems to be this is not necessary. I've read the report, and I think you have sort of outlined really in quite detail, you know, obviously the scale of this farm, and I would welcome sort of tonight in the committee, just for whoever, if Barney or Graham just wants to give us an outline. One thing's missing in the report, Liam, is sort of, you said the main farm is about 4 miles away. I thought there might have been a farm map just to give us some sort of idea, you know, obviously in the context of that distance between the out farm and the farm. So look, that will be my question, you know, to the likes of the Graham and Barney, just to give us a bit more of a flavour what this shed is for, and why it's necessary for your, you know, the sustainability, as Jill has said, of your farm business. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. I'm not sure who wants to take that, Graham or Barney.
Graham, do you want to take it, or I suppose you could speak better on the basis that you're the applicant?
Graham, we can't hear you. Just, I'm not sure what's wrong there.
Sorry, I'm on mute. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, no, it's a fair question. Basically, the farm, the main farm holding is in Lisnagate Road, which is 4 miles away from the out farm. The out farm is its own separate unit. It's 16 acres in size. It's down, as Liam mentioned in his report, on the A1 dual carriageway. So it's not feasible really to go there every day, or if there's a sick animal, transported back. I would basically buy stock, put it in that out farm and keep it there. I would go there, feed it, dose them, vet, whatever I have to do every day. In terms of the shed, it's a necessity, and it's not just for bad weather. It's for really good weather, like in the summer of 2018. If you'll recall, there was a heat wave, and the issue of sunstroke that we had for the cattle was very, very poor. The hedges would be probably the same as all modern farms now. They're about 4 to 5 foot in height at the most, so they don't offer any shelter from the inclement weather conditions. So first and foremost, the shed would be offering protection to the animals for that. In addition to that, if I have a sick animal, I can isolate them within that. If I, the likes of early spring, where I would have cattle there, I would store hay in that shed. If you think about it, the weather conditions, I don't want to be transporting hay back and forward and leaving it outside, so I have to have a roof over to protect it, to keep it dry. And that's really it, to be honest, just a typical out farm, if that makes sense to everybody.
Thank you, Graham. You can thank.
Yeah, thank you, Graham, and for your, as I say, your details. Just as I say, it's useful because obviously in the objector's letter, which obviously is a material consideration, you know, they do sort of refer to it as it's not being used, but clearly you're you're saying here tonight, and you're here tonight just to say this is essential and necessary for your farm business. So thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Members, any further questions? I'm not seeing any lights. Councillor Lavery.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to the speakers. And to be fair, it is a fairly comprehensive report, but just one wee clarification item. I know it says there's evidence in the aerial photography that the site, that the original sort of shed at the site existed from at least 2009, but would maybe Graham or one of the other speakers be able to confirm when it was originally erected, that original shed in question that had to be replaced? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. Graham or Liam, maybe? Either of you?
Well, I can jump in there. Like the shed was there whenever I purchased the ground. As far back as I can ascertain, it was June 2009 aerial photography. Before that, to get a comprehensive date, I would have to speak to the previous landowner. But I can certainly ascertain at the very least June 2009.
Thank you, Graham. You're content, Councillor Lavery. Thank you. Members, any further questions? I have no lights, so we'll move on to debate and decision. And members, I'm in your hands. Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I suppose it's not debate, Chair. I think we've got a comprehensive report. I think the applicant has outlined, obviously this is necessary for his business. I think farming, coming from a farming background myself, these type of things are necessary because it is the drive in the agriculture community to become more efficient and environmentally friendly, etc. So look, Chair, if I may, that's where I am, and I'm happy to propose a recommendation, just Chair. So.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Lavery.
Yeah, similar to what Councillor Nicholson was saying. As someone who, myself continuously pushes the green agenda, it is good to see that farmers are, taking moves to get their farms more efficient and less need for travel and putting carbon in there from driving additional miles. So I would happy to second that recommendation there, or that proposal from Councillor Nicholson. And I hope the cows enjoy the shed.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. Okay, members, we have a proposal and it has been seconded to accept the recommendation to approve. Are we all in agreement?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you very much, members. Okay, members, we're going to take a short break. We're going to come back here in 15 minutes time, if that's all right with everyone, just to give them a chance to get a cup of tea or whatever. Danny, could you confirm when the live stream has ceased, please?
Yes, Chair, that's us back live now.
Thank you, Danny, and welcome back, members, and also welcome back to members of the public who are joining us online. We are at application number 6, Appendix 6, in our schedule today. This is number LA08/2019/0760/F. I would ask Sinead McAvoy, Senior Planning Officer, to present this report and PowerPoint presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. Officers have taken that the members have read the report in full, so this will only be a synopsis. The proposal is for the restoration of the quarry void by landfilling with inert waste and the continuing use of existing administration facilities, incorporating the weighbridge and office area located on the opposite side of Lochgall Road. The reason it's before the Planning Committee is because it's a major application. It's estimated that there will be approximately 200,000 tonnes of inert material per year brought to this site, with a total capacity of 5.5 million tonnes. The proposal has an expected life expectancy of between 20 to 25 years. The quarry is still operating under its existing approvals and will continue to do so for a number of years, with an estimated overlap period of 5 years. There's currently no restoration proposals approved for the entire site, and it's considered that this proposal is part of the quarry's life cycle and will ensure the operator will undertake appropriate restoration of this site following cessation of the extraction. The proposed development's final form will slope from a water body formed adjacent to the Lochgall Road at a water surface level of approximately 30 metres AOD. The proposal will be designed to slope gently to the levels of the adjacent agricultural lands. It is proposed to utilise the existing and approved weighbridge and office facilities approved for the quarry on the opposite side of the Lochgall Road. The area already provides appropriate visibility displays and access arrangements for the quarry business. At present, there are 42 HGVs at the site daily, although this is not restricted through any previous planning permissions. It is estimated that there will be an increase in overall movement in the region of 10 HGVs per day over the first 5 years of overlap in operations, with half of the inert fill being supplied by return journeys instead of aggregate delivery movements. After the initial overlap in operation, all movements will be associated with the landfill aspect, and the figure will revert back to 42 HGVs per day. Officers, in consultation with the appropriate consultees, have carefully considered the characteristics of this proposal, the deposits, the nature of excavation, the surrounding landscape, the needs of the local community, and the potential for nature conservation on this site, and assessed to conclude that the restoration methods and materials are acceptable. There have been no third-party objections to the proposal. Furthermore, should this proposal be approved, a waste authorisation licence for the site from NIA will be required. The design of the waste authorisation licence will also ensure that there will be no negative environmental impacts from this proposal. As such, after undertaking a policy assessment and planning balancing exercise, officers are of the opinion that the proposed development complies with the area plan, the SPPS, and all other relevant planning policies. And so on that basis, and subject to the conditions attached, it is recommended the planning permission be granted. Let's take it through the PowerPoint to give you an understanding of where the site is and what it entails. So the location of the site is on the Lochgall Road, south of Lochgall, as you're heading towards Armagh, and it is the Armagh City Quarries. Next slide, please, Ruth. And that's just an aerial view of the proposed site. So you can see the existing quarry void, and to the north where there's still some excavation work taking place. Next slide, please. That is the site location plan depicting the area of the quarry void, and the area outlined in blue also is in the control of the applicant. Next slide, please. That's the existing site plan at the present time, and the levels, I understand they're hard and difficult to read, but I have them here if anybody wants any clarification. Next slide, please, Ruth. That's proposed layout. So as detailed in the report, there's going to be a small lake at the adjacent to the Lochgall Road area, then a landscape buffer, and then the rest of the land will be tied into the existing agricultural lands. Next slide, please. That just gives you a section to the site to allow you to appreciate the, I suppose, the quantity of the invert fill. So you're filling it up, and then there's this small, like we call it, a lake on the southeastern side of the site. Next slide, please. That just as a quarry in relation to the report refers to an area of scientific special interest, which is to the south of the site. There is a mound of quarry waste, which is the overburden. The existing quarry works area to the east on the other side of the Loughgall Road. And then you can see the quarry void just in front of you and the adjacent agricultural lands. Next slide, please. You probably saw within the report there has been detailed observation reports of a peregrine on the site, or even indeed a nest. So that's located roughly where it is. So that sort of entailed how the restoration was to be looked at, because the lake will be below that. So to, I suppose, to discourage anyone of trying to get to that particular nest, because the infill won't come up to that, it'll be the lake under it, and so therefore it'll be difficult for anybody who may want to go up or see that. But these are protected species, obviously, so that's designed around, the restoration scheme has been designed around that particular nest as well. Next slide, please. Let's just map and photos showing the discharge points. Obviously, there is existing discharge with the quarry void at the present time, and it is pumped up from the base of the quarry. As you can see with the left photograph there, there's an existing pipe network underneath the Loughgall Road, which takes you to a small settlement pond on the other side of the Loughgall Road, which then discharges into the river. So that is the existing, I suppose, drainage proposals, and they will continue to be used as part of this restoration scheme. Next slide, please. I suppose that's a detailed design of the restoration. There is obviously a barrier that was put around it first. You have your area for you to pump out any sort of discharge, water that's at the bottom, and as the inert material fills up, that will move up also. There will also be the discharge point will be at the top of the lake, so to ensure that will never overfill or overflow at any point. So that will then connect into the existing discharge points. That just to give you a wee bit more detail of exactly what is proposed in this restoration. Next slide, please. That's just a view inside the quarry at the present time. So you can see some of the diggers down the bottom. So it is quite a steep quarry at the present time. Next slide, please. And that is the next one. So you can see it has been a quarry for operation for a significant period of time, and it is quite steep and quite down. So that's why they're looking to infill at the present time, because the edges of the quarry faces actually do come very close to third-party agricultural land. So the applicant has made a point in relation to the health and safety of this particular point. To leave it as it is would not be would potentially pose a safety risk as well. Next slide, please. That's just some more photographs, I suppose, to try to appreciate the understanding of how vast this quarry void is. Next slide, please. That just shows the existing ancillary development, the opposite side of the road. So this proposal doesn't necessitate any new development. They will still be used as per the existing operations that has been over the years, and as I suppose per the report, the visibility displays and standards, etc., are in place, and no additional mitigation movements or improvements are required under this application. Next slide, please. Well, that's me. Thanks very much, Ruth. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Sinead, for that presentation. Members, any questions for Sinead? Alderman Twyble.
Yes, thank you. I'm just interested from a geological background point of view, and I just wanted to know, reading through all of the report, what is the rock that's currently chiseled away from the quarry at the minute? What is it used for?
It looks like I know that. Hmm?
Thank you, Alderman Twyble.
I'm just I'm going to look at the history. You've stunned me there, Alderman Twyble. I'm trying to get into the existing approval to see, does it tell me what the existing quarry, because it's now changed to the opposite side of the road. Crushed stone.
It's limestone, Sinead.
Yeah, a limestone quarry. You probably know, Councillor Nicholson, because you're familiar with it. Do you know what it's used for then? Just building materials?
Just building materials, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not fossiliferous then. I mean, limestone very often has a lot of fossils in, and it has no geological value, has it?
No, well, there has been obviously geological reports submitted with this here, and they've went to DERA Water Management Unit, who have appraised those, and they're fine that the proposed restoration methods. Obviously, a barrier has to be put in, just so that there has some leakages in relation to that there, so it doesn't seep out through the sides of the quarry. So that barrier, probably seen in one of the presentation screens, will safeguard those particular leakages from that quarry.
As a point of confession, Mr. Chairman, I have to confess that in my youth, I used to spend a lot of time in quarries, chiseling at rocks and stones and so on. So you can see why I am as mad as I am at the minute.
Thank you.
You know, very often historical geological sites are, you know, abandoned and without any record of what they have offered and what value has been in them. But once a quarry gets as big as this one and as deep as this one, there's obvious danger attached to it, and I would have no problem with this, but it's always been an interest of mine. So apologies for intervening.
No, you're entirely entitled to do that, Alderman Twyvell. So thank you, Councillor Nicholson.
Yep, thank you, Chairman. I should have done this to start, and I think Sinead referred. I know the site well. I was involved with previous applications for this site. So look, I'm just declaring that as an interest, Chair. But I'm happy enough to have an open mind in this application. And I suppose for Alderman Twyvell's benefit, you're right, Alderman Twyvell. The Armagh limestone comes in three different. It comes grey, and there's a pinky colour, and it sort of, as you know, that in the rock face, it grows horizontally in stratum. And I think the pink, which would have been the more fossilized element of it, if you go into Armagh and look at the buildings and you'll see fossils within the Armagh limestone. That was quarried some time ago. And I think at this stage, the quarry is just the standard limestone, which is used for fill and roads and things like that. So there you go, Alderman Twyvell. So thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Nice wee history lesson there, so appreciate that, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Lavery.
Thanks, Chair. Well, and you never know what you're going to learn at a planning committee. My question's in relation to one of the conditions, condition 8 and then H, about the mitigation measures for the protection of disturbing breeding birds, you know, including the peregrine falcon, because obviously it's not something that comes maybe to committee very often. So I just want to know, do you have any further detail about some of the mitigation measures that will potentially be put in place so that, you know, the nesting site isn't abandoned, so to speak, due to the change of use, maybe going from the quarry to the sort of landfill type of work, although perhaps maybe the quarry would be more disruptive with the loud banks and so on. Would you have any details at this stage, Sinead, about the potential protective measures are going to put in place, or would that be to come at a future stage? Thank you.
It's a bit of both, Councillor. I suppose, as Alderman Twyvell alluded to, it's a very steep quarry. This particular one, the faces are very steep. So the mitigation measures proposed will have to be reviewed, and indeed this has to be reviewed annually, because as you go up, the lifespan of this particular project is taking 20 to 25 years, so things can change over that time. There could be new species coming in, there could be not. But as they get to the year, it has to be a competent ecologist. I think it maybe is to the condition 10 and condition 11, where they have to prepare a report as they get over the year, look at the different quarry faces, see if there's any particular protected species on that quarry face, and then do a report to see what mitigation measure otherwise need to be done. Has to come through us and then back out. So that's a continued year thing, just due to the fact that there's certain areas of the quarry face that couldn't be actually assessed because it was too dangerous to go down and make those assessments because it was so steep. However, there has been an observation of that peregrine on that particular site, so that was taken for granted to be protected. So that's why the lake was proposed underneath that. So that quarry face won't be actually filled at all. It'll be left open, so that will never be touched. And so hopefully that will still be retained and kept there, so there'll be no disturbance at all to that particular area. But as you rightly said, yes, some of it we're unsure wholly what is all there, because there are some parts of the quarry void that we actually couldn't get assessed, because it was just from a health and safety perspective, people couldn't go down and actually make it because they were so steep, and there are some sort of slippages already happening in relation to the internal benches of that particular quarry. But this will safeguard that, ensure that any protected species or otherwise birds, nesting birds are there, that at least they'll be accounted for as time goes on.
Thank you, Sinead. Content, Councillor Lavery, with that. Thank you very much.
To be on one side of the road and the continued extraction on the other side. I mean, I certainly get it that there seems to be limited extraction happening in the pictures that you give in your presentation. So it's just around that. And obviously that can lead to maybe more sort of vehicle movements across the road, maybe not necessarily out of the site and on to a further location. So that's one thing. The other thing or the other issue, Sinead, is in relation to what is going in. I know that there is the list here in the report, and I take it there's fairly vigorous ways of verifying that there's no other sort of nasty products will be going in, and just if you can enlarge a little bit on how that's going to be essentially policed, I suppose. Thanks, Sinead. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Councillor, the good question. I suppose it wasn't plainly obvious within the report, but yes, there is a small extension granted to the other side of the road, so there will be an overlap of some kind in relation to the HGV vehicles that's coming, and we're anticipating that'll be an extra 10. But the vehicles at the present time would go to the opposite side of the road, get their vehicle inspected in relation to what type of waste is coming in, and then go to the other side of the road. But I suppose, as we were trying to allude to in the report, there's never been really any sort of caveat or restriction in the number of vehicles that come either to the main quarry void or to this. So this planning application would seek to, I suppose, restrict the HGV vehicle movements in the totality of the application proposal, which for a short period of time will include further minerals extraction. And as regards to the what type of waste that goes in, yes, that is probably one of the main aspects of this particular application. We had to make sure it's strictly inert material, so there's no green waste or things like that, because it comes with it other environmental considerations. And there is the license that this, if plan approval is forthcoming, there is a strict regime in relation to license. And just because plan approval is or has not, potentially is forthcoming, doesn't necessarily mean you'll get a license. It's very strict. So you have designated licensed carriers that have to come here. You just can't have anybody coming up with inert material. You have to be a registered carrier. You have to obviously go through the patrols, and it's up to the operator of the quarry to inspect what's coming in, and also to ensure what's coming in it does go to the bottom of the quarry. There's been no that record has to be kept, and NIE can come at any time unannounced and inspect the quarry as well. And there has been no excuse for, say, the operator saying, well, I thought that was in the back of their vehicle. It wasn't, because they have to actually go inspect it at the quarry void as well. There's a two things. So that is, I suppose, an extra layer of protection above and beyond the planning application.
Okay, Sinead, thank you. Chair, if I can have a supplementary, I assume there has been no previous issues of amenity in relation to this quarry going back over time.
No,
Thanks, Chair.
Sorry, there's been no complaints made in relation to this quarry operation at the present time. There's been no third-party objections to this planning application. It is probably anticipated that the applicant suggested that the third-party landowners that are adjacent to this potentially would welcome it, because there's some third-party land that's very close to the edge of this quarry void. So from a, I suppose, a safety aspect, even for livestock, it is very close.
Yeah.
So bring it back into agricultural use may be, you know, to be welcomed by the local farming community there.
Thank you, Sinead. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McLaren. Councillor Keaton.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sinead, for the report. Yeah, I was sort of going to come in and it was interesting just to hear about those additional measures to protect what is going in. So glad to hear about that. The other slight thing that was playing in my mind, Sinead, is the lake. That's there, I suppose, to protect the protected species of bird at the moment. It's at the very, well, virtually the top layer of the quarry. By the time they get up there, I suspect will probably be 18 to 20 years from now. If ultimately when they get that far and there's no need that maybe Paragon has or its ancestors or forthcoming offspring have moved elsewhere, is the lake otherwise necessary? I do have reservations and concerns about quarry lakes just here and there, and the danger obviously that they do pose for young ones jumping into it and the cold water, etc. that's there. If when they get to that stage and they don't need the lake to protect the nesting birds, is there a possibility that they may dispense with that lake, or would they be tied to that in this planning? Thanks.
The lake is not just to protect, I suppose, the nest. There's other boundary treatment as well in relation to fencing, so that should safeguard it as well. But there's other ecology functions that the lake serves as regards the restoration of these quarry voids. It's not very deep. It's 1 to 1.2 meters, I think, at the closest edge, but then they will be closed off by boundary treatment, and that's obviously in one of the conditions as well to ensure that that was carried out as well.
You can thank Councillor Keaton. Thank you very much. Alderman Wilson.
Yep, thanks, Sharon. It was just exactly around that issue, because I know going back some number of years, and just there's a sort of a proliferation of quarries throughout, I suppose, what would have been the old Armagh City District Council area at the time. And I remember a number of conversations with police and interested groups, and Councillor Keating, Councillor Nicholson will remember this in terms of, pardon me, in terms of quarries and the dangers they present, particularly when you're getting a really warm spell of weather. Children can be at some risk, and there's obviously a real attraction with getting down into them, and that's so it is encouraging to hear that the number one, the level isn't going to be overly deep, and then that there's going to be measures in terms of protecting that lake from sort of unauthorized type accesses. So that would be a concern of mine, and I'm sort of content that has been addressed. So thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Members have no further lights, so we'll move on to debate and decision. So I'm in your hands, members. Councillor Keaton.
Sorry, and if anybody has some debating issues to bring forward, sorry for jumping the gun a wee bit, but listen, I think it's a very comprehensive report. The absence of any objectors, I suppose, speaks to the integrity of how the site has been managed to date. And I think, obviously this will be a long-term betterment and solution to what's there at the moment. So on that basis, and on the basis of the comprehensive report that has dealt with all the issues and the questions raised, I'm happy to propose that we accept the plan ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keaton. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, like Councillor Keating, I think I do remember, Chair. I think we did something similar like this in Market Hill. I think there was a similar application. I think these lakes, or these quarries being filled in sort of as a natural progression of the next stage. So yeah, I'm happy to second the recommendation. I think it's a good report and it's been well sort of debated. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Members have no further lights. We have a proposal which has been seconded to accept the recommendation. Are we all agreed, members?
Great.
Agreed. Thank you very much. Okay, then, members, we'll move on to Appendix 7, and this is the refurbishment of an existing play park at the Loch Ned Discovery Centre. And this is application number LA08/2020/148/1487/F. And I see Councillor Lavery wants to speak at the outset here.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for bringing me in. It's just a declaration of interest. I think I've made a couple of positive statements about the refurbishment of this play park in the past, encouraging it to be replaced and so on. And I also think I submitted a consultation response in Council's online option consultation when it came out, requesting things like additional play items that are disability access and so on. So just to keep the committee on the straight and narrow, I think I'll just declare that interest and not take part in this application, Chair, if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Lavery. So I would just ask you to turn off your camera. Thank you. Okay, I would ask Nicola Craney, Senior Planning Officer, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. This proposal is for a new playground at Oxford Island to replace the existing playground near the Discovery Centre, a council-owned playground. And the proposal includes 20 new pieces of equipment, including special needs apparatus, new surfacing, new picnic tables and new seating. The park has been enlarged and the banks to the rear are being regraded. There's a new 1.2 metre high chestnut pale fence to be erected around the perimeter of the play area. And there's no change proposed to the water feature, which is adjacent. There are no objections to the proposal. The site is in the rural area. Policy CTY1 of PPS 21 allows for open space and recreation where it accords with PPS 8, open space, sport and outdoor recreation, and a children's play area is defined as open space. Policy OS3 outlines the key issues for this form of development in the countryside. Planning issues and policies have been considered in full in the planning report under the following headings. In terms of the principle of development, in terms of the impact on natural heritage and nature conservation, the loss of agricultural land, visual amenity and character, impact on residential amenity, public safety, siding design and layout, people with disabilities, road safety and traffic. There are no concerns from DFI roads, given the number of visitors to the area and the current car parking provision. And there's no concerns from natural heritage, as this is a nature reserve, Ramsar and a special protection area. A habitat regulation assessment was provided by the council and has been accepted by SES. The proposal would not be likely to have, or is not likely to have any significant effect on features of any European site. And officer's recommendation is to approve. And I'll just go through the presentation. Thank you. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. This is the location of the site. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is the existing playground, and you'll just see it in respect to the Discovery Centre in Oxford Island. Next slide, please. The site location plan. Next slide, please. This is just the context of the site in Oxford Island. Next slide, please. This is the layout of the proposed park, and just along the side there's the details of all of the apparatus. As I say, there's 20 pieces and the details of each have been provided. Next slide, please. This is the existing layout, just showing the size of the existing playground, and there's a small bank which is to the back of the playground. Next slide, please. These are just some elevations and plans of the equipment within the proposal. Next slide, please. Some details then in regards to the drainage of the site. Next slide, please. These are just some elevations and the plan for the site. Next slide, please. Just some cross sections and details of the play park. Next slide, please. These are just some photographs now of the existing play area, just from the small bank area just to the back of the existing playground. Next slide, please. Just looking over towards the Discovery Centre, which is in the background there. Next slide, please. This is then a view from, there's a small island in the middle of the car parking area, and that's just the view towards the play park. Next slide, please. This is a view just along the pathway looking towards the existing play area. Next slide, please. Just a view then towards the existing water feature in the edge of the existing playground. Next slide, please. A view then just from the water feature down towards the play area. And the play area is going to be extended towards this direction. Next slide, please. And this just to show that there's existing car parking available immediately adjacent, but there's further car parking around and in close proximity to the site. Next slide, please. I think that's everything. Yes. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Nicola. Members have any questions for Nicola? I suppose I'll kick off then. I'm not too familiar with the area, but just going by the photos, I see a wooded area to one particular side of the application site. What sort of fencing is going up along there? You know, thinking of young children running about and that. So it's all totally secure, Nicola.
Yes, through the chair. There's a 1.2 metre high fence going to be around the play area itself too, and then there'll be a pathway around it. So, I mean, it's something similar to what is existing. There's an existing fence around that site to protect children from being able to get access beyond that. So there is that provision.
Thank you, Nicola. Councillor McLaren.
Again, thank you, Nicola, for the report. Yeah, it's in terms of the facilities being enhanced and improved and so on, and if you add that with the you know, during the times that we're in, more people are walking, more people are sort of valuing their time out and about and so on. And the very last point you made was around the car parking, and I just guess my question would be, are you content, are planners content that there is adequate car parking at this particular site, you know, for both now and with these new improvements coming on stream? Thank you, Nicola. Thank you.
Through the chair. We have consulted DFI Roads in regards to the provision, and there has been additional information submitted with the application in terms of the traffic. There's the traffic at the site seems to be monitored. There's detailed records in regards to the capacity and the number of cars that have actually normally used the site. And there's details in regards to the amount of spaces. There's 158 spaces in close 158 spaces, car parking spaces in close proximity to the proposal. And DFI Roads, given the statistics in terms of the number of users to the site, I think the site had its maximum amount of visitors around 5 years ago or whatever, and there's been a slow decline. Now, accepting that this may well increase in terms of this haven't been a new attraction, but we're still content that there's an adequate amount of car parking spaces available in the area for what is being proposed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Nicola.
Thank you. Alderman Twyble.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I know Councillor McAlinden and I both share the pleasure of being representative of the area, and really Oxford Island is, as we recognise it, the jewel in our crown, and a wonderful facility. The Loughney Discovery Centre, a lot of people don't know the value of it and haven't taken, maybe it'll be able to compete with Gosford shortly. But I very much welcome this development and this renewal of what is already a very popular facility. So I think this is wonderful, and we must give it our total support. In terms of access, it's quite a lengthy road down to Oxford Island, but that's part of the facility as well, and the walks that are around, laid out around the area. So I welcome this, and this is good news. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Twyble, and I didn't hear any particular question during that remarks, but thank you for that. Councillor Toman.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick question, Nicola. Just in relation to the access point, which is adjacent to the car parking facilities, is there a safety concern there? I'm thinking in relation to, we see other play parks in the area which has the installation of a safety barrier to increase the safety for the users of the park. Has that been highlighted or has that been considered? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Toman. I'll just give Nicola a wee second to find her papers. Thank you. So, Councillor Toman, are you talking about a safety barrier between the play park and the car park?
Yeah, yes, adjacent facing the play park. There's a double. I say there's a double access there. There's two other accesses which I can see, but the one that I'm talking about is facing the car parking.
Thank you for that clarification. Nicola?
Yeah, there is a footpath along there, and there does seem to be details of the fence then, which would be separating separating the play area from the where the sort of seating area is, to try and make sure that the children's area is actually contained within it. So from what I can see, with the 1.2 metre high fence around it, there'll only be an access then over almost like a small sort of bridge area in the middle into the play area, to try and keep the children sort of separated from the car parking spaces.
Thank you, Nicola. You content, Councillor Toman? Thank you very much. Alderman Twybe, was your hand up from before, or you're looking back in?
I was just going to answer that by saying that right around the Oxford Island, it's a one-way car system, and the paths keep the people separate from the cars very well, and I don't anticipate any difficulty. But the addition of the fence will help in that matter as well. Thank you.
Sorry, can I
Yes.
just add, sorry, through the chair, I've just noticed it says a new 1.2 metre high chestnut pale fence will be installed at the perimeter of the play area, 2 single self-closing pedestrian gates and 1 double leaf gate, 1 leaf to be self-closing to be installed. So it is confirmed.
Thank you for that, Nicola. Okay, members, I don't see any further hands up, so we'll move on to debate and decision. And as always, I'm in your hands. Councillor McAlinden. You're muted, Declan.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, as Alderman Twybe says, I'm a regular visitor of Oxford Island. And look, this will be an excellent addition to what is already there, and especially this last number of months during lockdown, I've never seen the place as busy. So this new play park, and as we see over the borough, a number of play parks have been done up. So this has to be welcome to the whole area. So I'm happy enough as well to propose the recommendation, Chair. Thank you.
And I second.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McAlinden and Alderman Twybe.
Happy to.
Yeah, members, are we all in agreement? Agreed. Thank you very much. Okay, and thank you, Nicola. Okay, moving on then to Appendix 8, and this is application number LA08/2023/1063/DC, and this is a discharge of condition, and I'd ask Gavin Gillespie, Plan Manager, to present this to us, please.
Thank you, Chair. An application was submitted on the 6th of March 2020, which proposed the extension of the existing Eden Trullick quarry with holistic phased mineral extraction and restoration, landform creation with full restoration of the entire site to nature conservation habitats, and a freshwater lock under planning reference LA08/2020-0358F. The application was approved on the 8th of September 2020. The application site is located adjacent to a number of residential properties, which are outside the control of the applicant, and which are all located out with the minimum 100-metre distance from the proposed area of blasting. Upon granting the proposal or the proposed development, the council attached a planning condition, condition 14, which seeks in effect the provision of information to confirm that any blasting would be undertaken and monitored in such a manner as to safeguard the amenity of residents in the area. The applicant submitted a written request to the council on 15 September 2020 to discharge condition 14. The applicant has advised that all blasts are and will continue to be monitored regardless of the distance between the blast site and the aforementioned residential properties, in accordance with good practice and industry procedures by the Shotfire Ulster Industrial Explosives, which undertakes the blasting on behalf of the applicant company. As a minimum, when blasting, the operator will monitor and install vibragraphs at the 2 nearest occupied properties to the blast site or in lands as close to those properties as feasible. And the subsequent levels and readings from those properties will be maintained and form part of the blast records, which can be submitted to the council on request. So in light of this, and following consultation with both HSENI and the Environmental Health Department, officers have considered the information submitted by the letter dated 15th September 2020, and on that basis are content to discharge condition 14 of LAO 8-2020-0358, such that the proposed development accords with the SPPS and the retained policies of the Planning Strategy Rural Northern Ireland. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kevin. And indeed, it sounds like all bases has been covered there. So unless members has any questions, I would seek a proposer and a seconder for that recommendation. Councillor Nicholson.
Yes, I think every base seems to be covered there, so I'm happy to propose the recommendation by the officers.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Do we have a seconder?
Yes, Chair, happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor McLean. Members, are we all agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you very much. Moving on then to Appendix 9, and this is application number LA08/2020/1329/DC. Again, another discharge of condition, and I believe Alderman Twyble, have you a declaration to make at this point?
Well, yes, I was certainly going to suggest that I don't take part in this conversation. It's very much on my back door and how I have been lobbied by a lot of people.
Thank you very much, Alderman Twyble. So maybe just turn off your camera for this one if you can, please. And okay, members, I would ask Kevin Gillespie, Plan Manager, to present this to us again, please.
Thank you, Chair. An application was submitted on the 1st of August 2017, which proposed an outline application for a residential development and creche at Bracken Lodge, Lisniski Lane, Portadown, under planning reference LAO8-2017-1070/0. The application was approved on the 3rd of September 2020, subject to the agreement of a travel plan to actively encourage this modal shift. Travel plans are documents that set out a package of complementary measures for the overall delivery of more sustainable travel patterns. The applicant has submitted a written request to the Council on the 30th of October 2020 to discharge condition 14 of LAO 2017-1070/0. The travel plan pack submitted highlights the following. First of all, access by foot, including access points and routes in, out and through the development. Access by bicycle and cycle routes and linkages to the National Cycle Network. Access via bus and locations of nearest bus stops and relevant timetables. Access via rail and location of nearest rail stations and relevant timetables. Mechanisms to reduce the need to travel. Mechanisms to reduce single occupancy car trips. Benefits of driving an electric car. Incentives for using alternative modes of travel other than the private car. And accessibility to local schools, health services, local shopping, recreational facilities by foot, bicycle and public transport where relevant. The travel plan pack will be made available to all purchasers of properties within the Lisniski residential development, and also a travel plan coordinator will be appointed by the development management company to oversee the implementation of the travel plan and review annually the measures and objectives in response to the travel behaviours and patterns of residents. As a result, in consultation with DFI Roads, officers have considered the information submitted and are content to discharge condition 14 of LA 08 2017-1070/0, such that the proposed development accords with the SPPS, PPS 13 and PPS 3. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kevin. Councillor McLaren.
Yes, Chair. Thanks for letting me in, and thank you, Kevin, for the report. Yeah, certainly the various measures outlined in the report are all very, very good, and so on. And I guess my question would be around, well, I suppose it's two questions. One, how do we do a baseline in terms of, in terms of what habits are now in this particular area, and second of all, how do we or for how long will the annual monitoring continue in terms of measuring the improvement? Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Do you want to respond?
Yes, thank you, Councillor McCullen. In terms of the baseline, I suppose the existing situation will be or has been obviously assessed by the applicant and their agent, their transport consultant. So they will have that baseline information from which then they will obviously they've assessed and produced the travel plan. And then from that, then they will be able to assess whether whether the measures have been successful or not successful. In terms of how long that will be monitored for, there's been no information given to us in that regard. Obviously, at this stage, we are just, I suppose, looking to discharge the condition in terms of the provision of the travel plan. I suspect, though, it will be monitored for a number of years.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McLaren. Members, if there's no further questions, I would seek a proposer and seconder for this. Alderman Anderson.
Yes, just as Kevin has said, they seem to have comprehensive sort of proposals here, and going forward, it will obviously be assessed and amended probably if needs be, and I'd hope that would be the case in relation to everything that's mentioned here. So what's before us, I'm happy enough to propose acceptance of the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Councillor McAlinden.
Have a second, Chair.
Thank you. Members, are we all in agreement? Agreed. Thank you very much. We're moving on now to Appendix 10. This is application number LA08/2020/1452/DC. Again, another discharge of condition. And I believe Councillor Lavery wants in at this point.
Yeah, Chair, I'd like to declare a non-pecuniary interest of a close family member who's employed by the school in question. Thank you. So I won't be taking part. I'll just turn the camera off. Thank
you very much, Councillor Lavery. And again, I would ask Kevin to take us through this report, please.
Thank you, Chair. An application was granted for the redevelopment of Lismore Comprehensive School to include the erection of new school buildings under LA08 2018-1698F on the 31st of July 2019. Sorry, I lost my place there. Get on to it now. Among the planning conditions attached was condition 7, which relates to the creation and subsequent management of an area of new habitat to offset the loss of similar habitat from the new build site. Condition 7, in effect, requires that no development shall commence until a final habitat management plan has been submitted to and approved in writing by the council. The reason is to ensure the successful establishment, permanent retention, and ongoing management and maintenance of the habitat creation area. The applicant submitted a written request to the council on the 2nd of December 2020 to discharge condition 7 of LA08 2018-1698F. So in terms of the habitat creation area, what's proposed is a meadow habitat area, which would be approximately 3.9 hectares in area. In terms of monitoring, so details of the monitoring of the effectiveness of the habitat management measures will be carried out and the plan includes contingency measures to be implemented should monitoring reveal unfortunate results. Monitoring reports will be submitted annually to the council, and obviously from that, as I say, if there's been any sort of unfavorable results, then contingency measures will kick in. So as a result, in consultation with DERA, National Environment Division, officers have considered the information submitted, and on that basis are content to discharge condition 7 of LAO8 2018-1698F, such that the proposed development accords with the SPPS and PPS2 natural heritage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kevin. And again, everything seems to be covered there. So if members have no questions, I would seek a proposer and seconder to discharge that condition. Councillor McAlinden.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I welcome this Habitat Monuments Plan and the excellent initiative. And on doing so, I propose a recommendation, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McAlinden. Councillor Nicholson.
Happy to second, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Members, are we all in agreement? Agreed. Thank you very much. Okay, and our final item this evening is application number LAO8/2020/1453/DC. Again, another discharge of condition, and I'd again ask Kevin to take us through this, please.
Thank you, Chair. An application was submitted to the Council on the 7th of June 2018 for residential development at land at Providence House, 29 Cornakinniger Road, Lurgan, under planning reference LAO8 2018-0761F, which subsequently was approved on the 9th of July 2020. Condition 15 of the application, condition 15, was attached to the permission seeking the provision of a construction environmental management plan. The applicant submitted an application on the 3rd of December 2020 to discharge condition 15. The submitted construction environmental management plan sets out, for example, the health and safety requirements for all staff on the site and how this is to be effectively managed and enforced on the site. It also identifies how deliveries will be received and where they will be stored on site. And it also details how contractors to the site are to be briefed on the measures contained within the SEMP itself. Finally, it also sets out the hours of operation, or sorry, the hours of construction, and obviously the times that they will be restricted to. So, having regard to the information, we've considered the construction environmental management plan, and on the basis of the information submitted, officers are of the opinion that condition 15 of LAO8 2018-0761F can be discharged. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And again, members, if we have no questions, I would seek a proposer and seconder for this. Councillor Lavery.
Happy to propose, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. Councillor McAlinden.
I'll be the second, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McAlinden. Members, are we all agreed? Agreed. Okay, members, look, I'd just like to thank our hard-working staff who work very hard throughout the month to bring us these reports to us, right from our plan staff to senior officers to democratic services, so and of course our IT staff as well. So thank you to each and every one of them, and members, look, just stay safe and we'll see you again in April. Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.